Howdy, folks. It's a little bit nippy here in Gatesville, Texas. And I tried to get the perimeter of this piece cut out before the live feed because I've been multitasking all day, but didn't quite make it. But we have most of the perimeter cut out, and I'll just finish that. And then I'll check. Oh, look, the camera's fluctuating again, even with all these things I did to prevent that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to finish cutting the perimeter, and then I'll look and see if there's any comments or questions. And we'll get back to that. And hopefully that camera will stop fluctuating while I'm doing that. I got the camera as far back as I can, but the piece is 3 feet tall, so bear with that. But let me go ahead and get this cut out, the perimeter of it, and then we'll get to the fun part of the detail. Using a number 5 spiral, which I'll use on 99% of this. I'll use a number 3 on a couple spots on the helmet. I started cutting this project either Sunday or Monday, I can't remember. But the quality of the wood was crap, and it was knocking off the top veneer, and I didn't want to put out something with crappy quality, so I redrew it. And we're also stack cutting it, so there's going to be 2 of these when we're done. If there's any questions or comments, please feel free to throw them out there. I will address them as soon as I'm done cutting the perimeter here. Even if the Dallas Cowboys aren't your team, I hope you'll watch just for the sake of scrolling or diversity of subject matter. Choosing to cut the perimeter first because it's 3 feet tall, therefore a little bit heavy. So any weight we can reduce, the better. I was going to cut this out before I came on the air, but I looked up at the perimeter. I started cutting it before I went on the air thinking I'd have enough time. But then I saw it down to under 2 minutes, and I said, no, I'll put it off. I wish I could have shared this to all the Dallas Cowboy fan groups, but I didn't. I'm turning the piece just for visual comfort and a little bit of physical comfort. And if it looks like the upper arm of the saw is wavy, it's because of the feed rate of the webcam. It is not waving. If you have any questions or comments, they don't have to be on topic. As long as they're family friendly, I'll address them in response. And as usual, I appreciate y'all taking time out of your day to watch. Even if you don't comment, that's fine. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to connect on Facebook, I go by the Charles Daring on there, and that's all one word. And if you're watching on Facebook and want to subscribe on YouTube to see other content, don't forget to hit that bell and you'll be notified every time I go live. I'm told the video quality is slightly higher on YouTube. I don't know. I'll take people's word for it. I do know the majority of the views, I believe, come from YouTube. That's just for the sake of conversation. It doesn't really matter to y'all, I reckon. As I'm cutting the interior part of this, you may notice me skipping certain parts and coming back to them. That's because the little brad nails I have holding these two together are there. And a lot of cases you'll be able to see those. There's two of them right there. I don't know how well you can see because the camera has to be so far back to get most of this piece in there. All right, we got Herb Hooper watching. Appreciate you, Herb. How you doing? I was actually up pretty early this morning, but per the usual, I got real tired again, so I laid back down, woke up around 1, and said I need to get me a live feed out. Some point later today, I have West Valco bringing me a load of maple ply sheets, 2 feet by 4 feet. I've been telling everybody that what I use is Baltic birch ply, but I was incorrect. It is maple ply. And I should have known that because one thing I like about maple ply over Baltic birch is the grain, because the grain isn't so invasive that it takes over the piece, but it adds, to me, a little bit of beauty. I think Baltic birch is a little too plain. I mean, it definitely works for not taking, I'm trying to think of how to word it. It works for scrolling, but to me, it's boring to look at. That's just me. I believe Baltic birch is the most common wood for scroll sawing. Almost done with the perimeter here. Again, I'm using a number 5 flat-ended spiral flying Dutchman, and the saw I'm using is a 22-inch Hegner. But if you're here watching and you aren't necessarily a woodworker of any kind, that's fine. I mean, this isn't only for people who do what I do. If you have any questions or comments regarding anything, let me know. But I do ask that any sales questions happen privately, but you're welcome to add me as a friend if we're not already. All right, so we got that done. We got 4 people watching, one comment. We have 2. Wait a sec. I'm not good at multitasking. We have 2 on YouTube, 3 on Facebook. We appreciate you. So it moved up to 5. Anybody has any comments or questions? Throw them on out there. There is a little air blower on this machine, but it's not real powerful. They may have an upgrade. I just haven't looked into it. This is what the piece will look like when it's done. That's a little easier to get all the way on camera than a 3-foot tall piece. But as with any people, I start with the face. Now, since his face is on in a helmet, we'll just start with the helmet. So. And of course, I've already seen one spot I forgot to drill a pilot hole. Oh, that's a good start. And it's one of the biggest cuts on here, his face mask, or the face portion of it. So I can drill that right quick. It's just one pilot hole. But don't be shy. If you have any comments or questions, throw them on out there. Forgive the noise right quick. You'll always hear me say big noise when a big noise is about to happen. Big noise. And I found another spot I didn't drill. So glad I had it out, which I'll keep it out because I always forget a couple. Big noise. If you haven't watched past live feeds, the reason why I say big noise is something I used to say to my daughter when a noise was about to happen. I didn't want to scare her. So it's kind of a comical tribute to that when I say it. Because some people startle easy. I'm going to go ahead and mark where the brad nails are. I know where they are. I'm doing it for y'all's visual. That way those cuts come last, and if you're wondering why I haven't cut them out yet, that's why. This whole area right here has 4 brads in it, so I'm just going to put a mark in there. 1 dot there. I probably put more brads than I needed to, but I did it to keep the stack together. And this won't take very long, so don't you run off. I definitely put in more than I needed to. I just wanted to balance out the stack. There's a slight cup in this as well, but it won't affect anything because such a long piece. But this is the nature of wood with humidity and strange temperature changes, which happens in Texas now and then. Okay, so that's done. All right, y'all talk at me. We got 3 on YouTube, 1 on Facebook. And per the usual, I will start with the face mask, or the face, as I do with any person portrait. Wait, let me turn it around so y'all have more to look at while I'm cutting it. That's a little more visually pleasing than a black table and a tiny helmet sticking in on the end. Let's place our bets on how many pilot holes I've already missed, aside from the 2 I just put in there. Again, if you're joining me and saw in the past that I said I could have sworn he already cut that part. Well, I did, but that was on crappy wood, and I wanted to give y'all something more quality to look at that would turn out better. Got 4 on YouTube, 4 on Facebook. Please feel free to comment and ask questions. Excuse me. The platform I use is called StreamYard, and it goes on to Facebook and YouTube at the same time. So if y'all hear me reading a comment and you don't see that comment, it's because it's on the opposite platform. So Jeff Robinson says, "What? No Salvation Army kettle? LOL." No, there's not. And Smote Yolanda, somewhat local to me, and the stupid thing's starting to fluctuate again. So all these lighting techniques I used didn't work. So I don't know how to fix that. Hopefully it'll work on its own. Smote Yolanda, somewhat local to me, says, "Hello, I follow you always. I got to go, be back." All right. Appreciate you dropping by. Yeah, that A lot of people thought maybe the camera was trying to focus in on the bright color here, but I've tried everything and I don't know how to fix that. Usually once I get to cutting, it stops. And Wesley Balco says, hello, everybody. I don't know what time he'll be here, but he'll be bringing a load of wood by. So I'll probably try to keep going until he gets here. God, I hate that fluctuating camera. I don't know how to fix that. It usually just fixes itself on its own, but y'all try not to lose hope. Maybe if I come in a little closer, it'll stop. I don't know. No. Well, it did for a second there. Okay. So we'll just come in closer. And I appreciate y'all taking time out of your day to watch. That's about the only thing I have against Wesley. He's not into football. I have threatened to take away his man guard a couple times. But it is what it is. I'm just kidding. I will work on this as long as I can. But I also have to clear a path in my shop for the wood that's coming. Yeah, I guess that did work. We say that, but it'll probably start fluctuating here in a second. But yeah, Wes, I still have a couple things I got to move for us to be able to get the wood in. I asked him to bring some workers to unload the wood, but I don't think that's going to happen. Guess you take the bad with the good, you know what I mean? And you bet your butt we got the Dr. Pepper going on. Wesley Balco says you might have that finished by the time I get there this evening, but I doubt it. That's good old Wesley for you. No, I don't expect to have it done quickly. One, because I scroll slow, and two, because I'm stack cutting too, and that betters the odds of breaking the blades, at least the way I scroll. But I love you too, Wes. All right. It's actually a little bit harder for me to see than in the past because I have diffused the lights, but it's not impossible. My eyesight's just crappy. Tomorrow, and I'm not one to like to talk about me the whole time, but tomorrow I have a doctor's appointment at, I have to be there by 3 p.m. and I don't know how long that'll take. So, and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because of how I talk about doing at least one live feed a day. So potentially the evening I'll be live feeding, depends on how much sleep I get before and after the appointment. The morning, my wife will be using the laptop, so I won't have it to stream with. Technically, I could use my phone, I guess, but I can't see comments. I don't know. I'll have to figure out how to do all that. Okay, I hear you, Wesley. Kiss my butt. Long story short, I don't know the timeline of live feeds tomorrow, but I will do everything in my power to get them going. I just don't know whether or not it'll be in a way where I can see the comments, because when I live stream from my phone, I cannot. Was talking with a live feed viewer yesterday. We were talking about being hypnotized by the blade, and another way of putting that is that you lose that blade on the line and it kind of hypnotizes you, and I've found blinking helps a little bit. It's so hard to explain, so I'm not sure why I brought it up, but if that makes any sense to you, then you're not the only one going through it, I promise. Some people that go through that hypnotic thing will avoid scrolling because of it. My brother tried it once, but he kept losing the blade on the line, and he said, I can't see the blade. So it can, quote unquote, scare people away. And I know there's a wave in the line, which is getting a majority of the cut done and then coming back to it. I remember when I first started scrolling, I couldn't stay on the line for nothing, and I thought, there's no way I'll get into this. And that was in 1997, so clearly I stuck with it. Some things I lose patience for, some things I stick with. And I've already said it privately, but I'll say it publicly. Thank you, Wes, for helping me with this wood. I've parted with almost everything I own of value, but we got some wood. You do what you gotta do. Got a little wave in the line, but I want to get the bulk of the waste out of the way first. Not much of one at all. I'm just being picky since I see it. But because I napped so long, I still have to back the project I did yesterday back and clear coat it. Jeff Robinson says at least he cut it into 2x4 pieces. Absolutely, yeah. I owe him for that too, because my shop is way too cluttered to try to get gigantic 4-foot by 8-foot sheets moved around in. It is so cluttered. Because I planned on trying to get the backer and everything on the back of yesterday's portrait, and I can't find my belt sander that I used to sand to the line to make sure it's exactly the size I told him it would be. But that's how cluttered my dang shop is. I cannot find my belt sander. Yeah, so I suspect I know where it is right now, but obviously we won't be dealing with that. It's probably on the actual bench where a tool belongs. I'm so used to finding things just thrown everywhere. And I used to be so good at organizing. Yeah, but I'm not. Again, when you see me having trouble finding the stupid pilot holes, it's because I use a smaller drill bit than usual and sharper, so there's not as much tear out that I use to go by to feel where the pilot hole is. Jeff Robinson says it does make sense. I have it happen when I look through the magnifying light. I definitely like the light from the magnifying light, but trying to look through one to scroll really messes with my eyes. Yeah, I mean, I really, it's like a whole different dimension. It's like, I know they make different inserts for LED lights, but until I'm pretty much too blind to scroll, I will continue just using my glasses instead of a magnifier. We got 5 on Facebook, 2 on YouTube. Y'all feel free to comment and questions, and I will address them. Starting with the helmet. If you're just joining and you see any areas on here that have a black mark like this and this and that, that's telling me where the brads are and letting y'all know where the brads are, so I can do that last. It's just one of those, even though I can see where the brads are, it's just that extra reminder, don't cut here yet. But when I'm done cutting the majority of the helmet, I'll cut that out. But that's why I have them so close together and among the piece. But anyway. The only spot besides the shoelaces that I plan on using a number 3 blade is here on the helmet. There's a couple spots I don't want to cut real big. and I am cutting slow to make sure I stay on the line. A lot of times when I do football players, even if they're an identifiable player, I don't try to squeeze in the detail that's through the face mask. It's just easier to cut out the whole face mask, unless it's a really big close-up of a player's face. In other words, the whole project being just like shoulders up, then 9 times out of 10, I'll leave out the face. Because a lot of times when that face is in such a small area, it doesn't translate well in a design. So that's really the only reason why I leave the face out most times. Plus, not necessarily on this one because this is kind of his trademark thing, but on a lot of the football designs I do, if you want it to be a specific player with a specific number, I can change the number for you. And that's another reason why I leave the face out, because it can be customized to be any player you want, except for this pose is pretty much only an Ezekiel Elliot thing. I could try to get the camera a little closer, but I'm afraid it would mess with the focus even more. Focus of the webcam. And this piece being 3 foot tall, if I get up to about right here, it hits my laptop. So I do have to be aware of the angle I'm cutting at, so I don't run into stuff, because that could mess up a cut. Especially when you're trying to stay on a line that's either a constant curve or a curve into straight or just straight. If you bump into something, it messes up what I call my mojo. Mojo, I guess, being when I'm in a rhythm and able to stay right on that line, not fluctuating from it. It's a pain in the butt when something interrupts that. The reason why I'm coming back, okay, this cut I'm working on right now, you'll notice I didn't come all the way down before I did this sideways piece. That is because I have found when I have a piece like that where there's a long stretch and there's something only holding on one end, it vibrates more if I come all the way down, and that increases the odds of it breaking when I come back and cut across it. So that's why I stopped before I went all the way down that line. I hope that made sense, because I don't know how else to word it. And does anybody want me to change the camera angle at all? I can zoom in closer, but I don't know what it'll do to the camera focus. But there's only about this much distance between the helmet we're working on and the edge of my table. So that's why the camera's not moving more towards me, because you would just be seeing my lap, and that's not exciting. And the reason why I'm sitting here is I'm trying to determine which areas I want to use the number 3 blade on, which is a smaller blade than I'm using, and it'll most likely be in these areas here. But there's also other areas that are kind of small, which are right here and here. Let's go ahead and do the face mask next, or the lower portion of the face mask. Reason why I'm always telling you why I'm pausing is because I don't like dead air. But also, if I don't say anything about why I'm pausing, 9 times out of 10, it's because I'm taking a swig off my Dr. Pepper, which is a requirement for me. Chef Robertson says if the pattern is big enough, you could add real shoelaces or braided robes. Yeah, it's not quite that big. And 9 times out of 10 pictures I'm using to do these, the shoelaces don't show up real. They're usually white shoelaces on white shoes, and there's not a lot of shadow there. So I'm somewhat generic on the shoelaces I do on these things. Now the number 21, there's no floaters inside of the numbers, so those come right out. But when I'm dealing with a number like a 9 or an 8 or any other ones that have like surrounded by a cutout, I have to put it little areas of light or a wrinkle, so to speak, to hold that on. Although I could make it a floater and just glue it to the backer, but it is what it is. I'd like to think I'm the one that started doing intentional floaters on designs. I might be the only one that does that, because most people, you're kind of trained when you start scrolling, you don't want floaters or when you want designs. But to me, certain things look more realistic. The best example being a United States flag. Some people will reverse. It would be like a negative image. They'll cut. Basically, looking at it, you'll have black stars in a white field, and to me that looks funny. And that's not a diss on anybody. But I figured, save the waist area around those stars, and that'll help you know where to glue those stars onto the backer. Every now and then floaters just make it more realistic, but there's none in here, so I just went off on a tangent. Again, if you have any questions or comments, even if they're not on topic, they don't have to be. I will address them. I feel like I should move that camera just a little bit to give you more to look at. I don't know if that helped much at all. Now this face mask has minor details, but if you get your lines crooked enough, the face mask will look all kinds of out of kilter. So between my bad eyesight and making sure I get all these shapes perfect on the face mask is another reason I'm going slow yet again. I just noticed that the camera angle is pretty much hiding right where I'm cutting, so I need to change that a little bit. This knob here is cutting majority of it off, so just get a little bit lower here and see if that helps any. I'm pointing to find myself. Yeah, you can see a little bit pretty much. So hopefully that works for y'all. Roger Beavers just messaged me on Facebook, said, let me know when you're doing live feeds. Well, I'm doing a live feed, but I can't message him because I'm doing a live feed. But there's notifications on my profile. I don't know how to make people see that. So I feel bad there's at least one person wanting to watch that doesn't know I'm live right now. Every now and then I'll let people know if they're showing interest and say, hey, let me know when you're doing a live feed. I'll message them right before I go live, but I forgot to this time. And that's on Facebook. I've never messaged anybody on YouTube. But YouTube has the bell that notifies people. In my opinion, the helmet is really the only area there's a lot of cuts where you kind of really have to stay on the line, but the rest of it not so much. I mean, obviously the numbers, you want it to look like the numbers, but that's just my opinion. It never hurts to try to stay on the line, regardless. Dave Gatton says, what's up, Mr. During? A whole lot of nada, Mr. Gatton. Appreciate you. Dave Gatton is the one that informed me more about StreamYard. I had already created an account, but didn't try to do anything with it because I'm scared of technology. But he told me how to do it, and by golly, and we had a few viewers that helped me work with things that were messing with the video, and I'm also hardwired in instead of Wi-Fi, so things are going better. So between Dave Gatton and Dave Gatton's also the reason y'all can hear me over the saw, because now I have a mouth mic instead of a webcam mic. Thank you very much. Jeff Robertson says, yes, I love root beer floaters. I haven't had a root beer float in years. Time for a Dr. Pepper sip. Yeah, I'm not anti anything else. I love Dr. Pepper, but Dave Gatton says you're rocking these live streams with StreamYard, buddy. I appreciate it. Eventually, I'd like to try to do multiple camera setups for different angles, but yeah, this works. One person that does use more than one camera is Dale Kirkwood, Maple Tree Studios on YouTube. He does live streams and he uses more than one camera in different areas of the shop. He'll have one showing what he's cutting and a second camera to show you another area of his shop where he is assembling the piece, so to speak, because some of his scroll saw pieces are where he's saving the waste area that he's cutting out and using that to create his piece. And so I encourage y'all to check out that. If you are interested in CNC or just a CNC nut, so to speak, Dave Gatton does live streams. I don't remember his schedule because sadly I don't do live stream. I mean, I don't do CNC, but he also does morning coffee talks that are completely, random topics, which is fun. I got to catch one of them, but my sleep schedule's so off. Dave Gatton says, I can show you how I do that when you're ready. Sweet. I only have one camera right now, so it wouldn't do any good to try to teach me now, but I appreciate it, Dave. By the way, Dave, if you get a chance, go to woodenvisions.com and go to the newest pattern folder, and you'll see I just uploaded Grumpy Santa. It'll make sense when you see it, why I'm telling you about it. I have one version of Grumpy Santa with just the picture, another one that says Bah Humbug at the bottom of it, if anybody's interested. I just got a notification on my laptop. Somebody sending me a friend request, and I'm all for that, but this one person gets hacked so many times because I get at least a new friend request from that person every week. I'm not going to name names because I don't want to embarrass him or her, but yeah, I know for a fact I already have that person as a friend on Facebook. That got hacked yet again. Anywho, if anybody does want me to bring the camera in closer, I can, but I think it'll mess with the focus. And if you ever hear me covering the mic too, it's because I need to sniff or cough or something, and I don't want it to deafen anybody. And I don't know why I always feel the need to explain myself, but it's just how I roll. Well, that's how I scroll. Anyway. And you didn't think we'd go through this whole thing not having trouble finding a pilot hole, did you? I can feel it. There it goes. This one's only a little dot, but I didn't want to change drill bits just to make it the right size, so I don't mind scrolling it a little bit. There's only about 2 or 3 circle shapes on here. The rest of them are curves and lines and all kinds of stuff. Come on now. Here we go. Come on. That's another drawback to this piece being so large, is when you're trying to find a pilot hole, it's harder to get it up, moved out of the way to find the pilot hole visually because of the size of the piece. But this is getting ridiculous. I need to go back to that dull drill bit that blows out the back. There's Roger Beavers. I was just talking about you, Roger. I saw your message about letting you know about live feeds, but I had already gone live, so I couldn't respond to you. Okay, we're going to do the whole stupid Sharpie on the pilot hole thing. That helps me visually find pilot holes when I can't find them by feel. That could partially be why. Sometimes the debris doesn't completely break away from it, and that can play into not being able to find it. And I won't do this to the whole piece. I'm just doing it while I'm working on the helmet because I'm sure y'all don't want to see me spend 5 minutes looking for a dang pilot hole. And where y'all see these black marks, that's letting me know on the back where the brads are because I hammer them down to keep them from scratching up my table. There's a pilot hole there. Yeah, some of my pilot holes didn't break all the way through, so that could play into it, and that might have been the one I was wrestling with. Let me see. I don't know. Let me see if there's a pilot hole there, so I need to clear that one out. And I used broken spiral blades to do that with. I don't know if that's one I was wrestling with or not, but might as well address it when I see it. Now, obviously, these black dots don't help me feel a pilot hole any better, but in the event that I finally give up and look underneath, I'll be able to see these much quicker than just the pilot hole. And no, I'm not going to do every single one, just the ones around here. And I got to figure out which one was giving me fits, and I will use that broken spiral blade to hog it out. I don't remember which one I was working with. It was that one, so let's hog out those couple of holes there. That makes it frustrating, definitely on a live feed when you're trying to get going and then you're having to fiddle with not being able to find a pilot hole. All right. I think that'll work for us. Now that I've hogged out that hole, hopefully I can find the pilot hole that I was working with pretty quickly, but also I'm having trouble getting my hand up under there. Doesn't help matters. Oh, look. Okay, we gotta go up under there. There we go. Helped a little bit, but I also have a light ready if I ever need to shine it up under there to find it. It's fun getting older and messed up eyesight. Oh well, at least I'm still breathing. Again, if y'all hear me addressing a comment and you don't see that comment, it's because if you're on Facebook, you can't see the YouTube comments and vice versa. Okay. Majority of the time I do these football player patterns just because I'm a fan. Even if I can't sell a pattern or I don't even advertise it, it's because making scroll saw patterns is a passion of mine. I've designed many that some people have never seen because it's something to do. I am obsessed. I'm going a little bit proud of that line so that I can maintain the thickness. I drew it a little too narrow, so I do need to shave it a little bit. There's little things I've been dealing with for so long that I forget to mention it when I'm quote unquote trying to teach somebody. But when you're using a spiral, part of the art of using one is getting used to knowing when to let the flex out of the blade to finish a cut and just when to let it cut anyway. So but I promise you, those using flat blades, you would not be able to do a 3-foot tall piece like this without a spiral blade. So that's another benefit to spiral blades. Well, yes, I will take another sip of Dr. Pepper. But there's only a handful of things that will interrupt this live feed. That would be either me falling over dead, all the power going out, or Wes Balco getting here with the wood, because I obviously need to help unload that and clear a path for it. But I don't know right what time he's coming, so. And every now and then I get really tired suddenly because of my meds, but we'll try to fight through it like we did yesterday. On a lot of my designs, you'll notice that there's areas that could have been connected to other areas, but I just design a certain way. So, but if you find it easier to connect areas that aren't connected, whatever works for you, you're not forced to cut a design the way it is. But even if you alter it, it is immoral to claim it as your own and sell it to somebody else, which rarely happens. So some people think, well, I bought the pattern, so I own it. Yes, you own the pattern, but you don't own the rights to sell it. But you can sell it as finished pieces. Do a little line shaving here. Using a spiral as something to shave off the wavy lines is harder once that blade starts getting dull. That may sound like a duh, but if it takes you longer and longer to shave a line, it's because your blade's getting dull, and that is specific to spiral thing, I think. I don't think you could shave things off. Well, I guess you could if you... Never mind. Determining where I want to cut next. I know I want to finish that helmet. Roger Beaver says, I've always used a spiral. Sweet. Same here. Roger, I tried a flat blade one time live on the air, and that was laughable. Very laughable. Sometimes I find that pilot hole, but it's not bored out good enough, so I can't get the blade through it. So you feel me wrestling with it. That's what happens when you wait till right before a live stream to drill pilot holes, and you're going 90 to nothing. That's when you miss the most, and sometimes you don't drill all the way through. And my gut says I should be using a number 3 for this cut, but I'll risk it. I'll just go a little bit to the outside of the line. And for those of y'all that don't do scroll sawing, when I talk about number 3, number 5, and all that, I'm referring to blade size. Smallest I go is number 3, but they make them smaller. Does anybody watching want me to get in closer with the camera? I can try it, but my hand loading through each pilot hole might mess with the focus, but y'all let me know. Anthony Campbell, appreciate you watching, says, afternoon, Charles. Finally got the opportunity to catch you live. I appreciate that, Anthony. Yeah, I know life can get in the way. I know, but I'm glad you're able to make it. If you're not subscribed, I hope you'll subscribe and click on that bell. If for those watching on YouTube, but I don't know how to make sure you get notified on Facebook. The only time I've seen how to get notified of somebody going live on Facebook is if you're watching a live Facebook video and says click here to be notified, but I don't know how to do it in general. And Anthony, it's personally my fault because I never have a set time for live feeds. I take naps at weird hours. I'm awake at weird hours, and I'll just say, okay, I'll probably do a live video here soon. And that's when I set it up. I try to set them up with at least 30 minutes notification, if not an hour or so. Tomorrow, I have no idea what time I'll be live streaming because the laptop will be in use by someone else, and I also have a doctor's appointment, but we will try to squeeze at least one in. Now, for those keeping track of my doctor's appointments, I have basically my eyes and face are swelling and have been so for about a year. I think tomorrow's appointment is only going to yield an MRI. I don't think any discussion of the MRI will happen tomorrow because it's at two different locations. The doctor's in one location, the MRI is in another. Now, he did ask me to call him once the MRI has been done, but I don't know if that means he'll talk to me or not. But the MRI will tell him what if the swelling has any mass to it or if it's just fluid or whatever, and then it won't necessarily say what's causing it. So that's going to be a whole different set of appointments. And that's just for those that have been keeping up. But, you know, I'll still let viewers know anywhere I can for those that want to know. Getting a little more resistance with the blade, that tells me it's getting a little dull, but I tend to use them until they break because I'm stubborn like that. You know, I might get cocky and do all these cuts on this helmet with a number 5. I may regret that if something breaks, but I don't like swapping out blades because I'm stubborn. I think the last time I was considering doing them with a number 3, and I did do them with a number 3, is because I was using crappy wood and the upper veneer kept popping off. And so I definitely didn't want to continue that particular project. If anybody has any questions or comments, even if they're not on topic, that's fine. If you have any beginner questions, that's fine too. Everybody starts somewhere. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do all the cuts with a number 5. I say that, but this one's pretty close to the edge. And the reason why most of my football player designs are Dallas Cowboys because they're my favorite team, but like I said, any of them can be customized to be any other player, even if it's a high school football team. Usually just means altering the number and the logo on the helmet, or leaving the helmet blank except for the stripes. Blade is definitely getting dull. The cut I'm working on now is where I was losing when it came up beside this area here. That's where I was losing the veneer on the crap beer wood because it was so close to another cut. But 9 times out of 10, that won't happen on good wood. Yeah, I need to switch out the blade here shortly. It's getting really dull. Yeah, we're going to switch out the blade. This one has seen its better days. Anthony Campbell says life's no fun if you're not living a little on the edge. By God, I agree 100%. And I definitely live on the edge, but half the time it's not intentional. My dad always said I do things the hard way, and that's not inaccurate. Now, there is a method to my madness as to why I'm choosing this cut before the one next to it. I'll do that as soon as I get the blade in there. Okay, let me zoom in for this. Because this cut is so close to the edge, I'm choosing to do it before the one around it, so that if I mess this one up a little bit, I can adjust on the next cut. So hopefully that made sense. The only reason I'm not staying zoomed in like that is because it will probably mess with the focus of the camera. But that might be a little closer than we were at before. And since I stopped and talked, I have to get a sip of my energy drink, Dr. Pepper. As an example, StreamYard does allow you to highlight comments, but I'll show you why I don't do that. And the benefit of that is because, it's going on YouTube and Facebook at the same time, but people on the other platform won't be able to see what the one's on. In other words, if you're watching on Facebook, you won't see the YouTube comments. You'll only hear me talking about it. But the reason why I don't highlight them is because it would cover up most of the cutting. So that is why I don't show them. I just address them. But this platform platform StreamYard allows me to see both Facebook and YouTube comments because I'm streaming onto both. So I hope that explains why y'all don't see me highlighting them. Okay, y'all let me know if my hand going in and out of there messes with the focus, and if it does, I'll zoom out more. I'm going to try to alter this line as I cut because I want to stay a certain consistency away from that line. And I have it drawn slightly crooked. So I will slightly be altering the pattern of the next cut. It's not by much. Okay, so we did that without breaking around the outside. So we should be safe. Yeah, I'll be altering that outside line because I want the lines to be equal distance from that point sticking out. But hopefully that allows y'all to see it a little closer and clearer. Now, this area right here has the brad nails in it, so I'm going to be finishing right in here before I cut out those two stripes. This whole area here needs to be done. Even though I have brads nearby, I just don't want to take any chances on not holding that stack together. And for anybody that got here late, I will show you a printout of the design made smaller. This is what it will look like when it's done. All right. The camera's only about a foot from the blade right now, and what it looks like, but yeah, it's not very far away. But with me being zoomed in like this, you'll see how much I don't necessarily stay right on the line. Either I'm just going off the line, or I'm adjusting cuts for compensating for where it could be real fragile, or where I've drawn it crooked. Like this one here, I'm going to alter slightly. I want a little more thickness between those two cuts. If it were going to break, it would be on something like this. Again, I'm intentionally going off the line on this next cut because I want it to be equal distance. But I'm only subtly going to the inside of that cut. Is why you can't really tell that I went off the line because the blade is so big. Alright, so we survived that without it breaking. Yay! Hopefully y'all could see these cuts as I'm doing them. That was the purpose of them in the camera end. If I got above the saw, then this knob would be in the way of where it's cutting. And some people want to see right where it's cutting. But if y'all want a different camera angle, I can keep experimenting. It just might make folks dizzy. Not near as cold as it was yesterday. for everybody that cares. Y'all might be having to deal with ice and snow where you're at, but I'm in Gatesville, Texas. It's not a fan of cold weather. Some people love cold weather, and I don't know why, but okay. Now the quality of the wood you're using does make a difference, because some of these cuts I've already done, if it's crappy wood, it'll either break or the veneer will fly off the top of it if it's a ply. But this is quality wood. Now there are companies out there that makes wood that's good for scrolling, but I cut large pieces, so I need bigger than 12 inches by 12 inches, or even 24 by 24. Most of the time, anyway. So I go to Ace Hardware, or I don't go to because it's kind of a ways away. There's an Ace Hardware and Lumber in Pearland, Texas, where I get my wood from. And a friend of mine delivers it if he's in the area. That friend being West Falco, known as the Coach. I don't know what I'm known as, and I'm afraid to even ask. Another thing I do before I start each cut, I'll explain as soon as I put it through this next pilot hole. I've explained it, I've mentioned it on past live feeds, but not everybody catches every live feed, so I will repeat myself. If I find a pilot hole, already cut there. There we go. Now I use a hand drill to do my pilot holes, so I may not always be perfectly straight up and down. So what I do, this may not be the best one to show you on, but I will always put I'm going to exaggerate when I'm showing you, but see how I pulled the piece this way? I don't do it that severely. That's just exaggerating for visuals. But I will always somewhat put a little bit of tension into the waist area, pushing that blade into the waist area. That way, if I don't have that pilot hole straight up and down, when it starts cutting, it won't go off outside the cut. I hope that made sense, because I don't know how else to word it. Now, if you have a drill press and a smaller piece, that helps, but I have a drill press, but it's not made for these gigantic pieces. Anthony Campbell says North Louisiana here, and it was nice and chilly last 2 days too. Sweet. So you can relate to this nice weather-ish. If it were up to me, it'd be the mid to high 70s all year round, if not slightly warmer. But anyway, so yeah, when I turn this on, if you see suddenly it jumps outside that pilot hole, that's why I'm putting that tension. And I forgot to draw the line at the bottom of this rectangle, so I'll just be cutting that in. Yeah, but you'll notice it jump just a tiny bit. And I know what the design looks like is why I know that's a rectangle and not just a particular shape. So that's why I knew to just cut it across. Now, because this cut is so close to the next cut, I intentionally went off the line a little bit to give myself a little more stability. Because this next one is a little close to it. And I hope when I blow the dust off that I'm not deafening y'all. So almost done with the helmet, and then we'll be able to cut out these double stripes at the top of it, right? Well, you can't really see them because they're off camera. But this will be my last cut right here, is these and these lines here. Because I got brad nails holding the stack together, but once I get this majority done, I can cut those out because we have brads nearby. That's where you see these black marks, is to let the viewers know where the brad nails are. First time I was cutting this piece, I kept saying, I think I forgot to trace some kind of detail here, but that's just where the chin strap and the face mask overlap, so that is the way it's designed. See how narrow that is between these two cuts? That's why I ordinarily would have gone to a number 3, but I'm a rebel, so. I don't think I've ever broken a piece while scrolling on a live stream, but rest assured it could happen someday because I get pretty detailed with my designs and sometimes I get too cocky. I know it's a shock to a couple, but I am not perfect by any means. That was sarcasm. Is everybody okay with this camera angle? I know we don't have 50,000 people commenting, but if anybody wants to say that, that'll work for me, kind of. And never mind, I'll just take a swig of Dr. Pepper and keep going. That's closer than I usually scroll on large pieces. I mean, I usually have the camera, so that should be working for a lot of people. Most people want to see where the blade's going in because sometimes I have the camera up a little bit and this knob right here is blocking the view. So I try to be mindful of angles and stuff like that when filming. But if I have the mic by my mouth. If I get too close, then my hands will bump the camera trying to scroll. So I can't get much closer than this because you're only about a foot away. Scott Hampton on Facebook says, I'm a Dr. Pepper too. By golly, we got to stick together, mister. I am 100% Dr. Pepperholic. It sounds really silly, but I actually have a callus right here from years of lifting 2-liter bottles of Dr. Pepper. That's pretty sad. To me, a can or a 20-ounce bottle is like a shot glass almost. That's part of what's wrong with Wesley Balco is he drinks Pepsi. And he's not into football, so yeah. Not even sure why we're friends. Just kidding. I don't like basketball or baseball, so people might be thinking the same thing about me. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut the top part here. Get that out of the way. That's one big cut. But I'm going to cut these because all the brads are right here. I'm probably going to cut these 2 lines right here first. Because if I cut all that out and didn't try to do those lines, the stack won't be held together as securely. So go ahead and get those done. He's a pepper, she is a pepper. It's been a while since I've seen those commercials. Commercials used to be pretty good. Remember back when the Burger King mascot was an actual person, not some weird, creepy, plastic-looking mannequin dude? I mean, yeah. If you're young, you won't remember that. If you're old, you probably definitely remember that. But yeah, that to me, that plastic dude looks kind of creepy. But the original Burger King mascot was a real guy. I don't think it was his real hair, but looked a lot more normal. And all the McDonald's commercials had the clown and a bunch of other characters, but now everything's just, can I take your order? Sorry. Getting off on a tangent. But that's what I do. Remember I think it was Wendy's. Where's the beef? Yeah, there's some classics out there. Oh, all right. Some of y'all might remember, they might still do this, I don't know, but I don't know if the guy's alive or not, but on the Dunkin' Donuts commercials, the guy would go, gotta go make the donuts, and sadly I talk to myself, and every time I'm trying to motivate myself to go do something responsible, like chores or even just doing these live feeds, I'll say, gotta make the donuts. That's me trying to motivate myself to get going. So if you thought you were the only one that did that, you are not. I definitely talk to myself. Somebody has to. I know some of y'all watching have some classic commercials y'all want to talk about. It's okay. You don't have to stay on topic on these live feeds. If you want to comment, throw it out there. And if I remember it, I'll tell you. Some of y'all are older than me. You can tell me about commercials I haven't seen. One of the somewhat older commercials that I remember that, I don't know if creep me out is the right word, but it just seemed kind of funny, is it's shake and bake and I help. Kind of cracked up because that was horrible acting, but yeah. There's that. We got 12 people watching. I appreciate you. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them out there and I will respond. If you're on Facebook, you will not see the YouTube comments. If you're on YouTube, you won't see the Facebook comments. That's why I always read them aloud. Because if I show them on the screen, they would cover up part of the cutting. The area I'm working on right now has brad nails in it. That's why you see this big black mark, was to let the viewers know where the brad nails are. So I cut those last in that area. And I know y'all are sitting there thinking of commercials you miss or how stuff like that. So y'all can share that with me if you want to. It wouldn't bother me at all. Just saying. Okay, I got to turn the piece a little bit because I'm hitting the back of the saw. And if you are just joining and want to know, this is a 22-inch Hagner, and this piece is 3 feet tall, so obviously I have to turn it, no matter how big the saw is. using number 5 spiral flat-ended Flying Dutchman. Flat-ended works best for a Hagner, I've found. Less work to do before going. I'm getting all kinds of notifications on my computer, but I can't look at them. Alright, so we have 2 pieces stacked together, and if you look at the gap between them, you'll see the thickness of the wood we're working with. Al Winberg says, sorry, tuned in late. What size blade are you using? Hey, Al. Good to see you. I'm using a number 5 flat-ended spiral Flying Dutchman. There was a couple spots I could have used a number 3, but I chose not to. And I appreciate you watching. And I know you were just being polite, but nobody has to apologize for not catching it live or tuning in late, because I know pretty much nobody schedules their life around my live feed. It'd be flattering if they did, but I get it. Life gets in the way, or sometimes we forget and stuff like that. It's only bad if I forget that I have a live feed scheduled. It is fun to interact with people live. That's why I like doing the live feeds, and it forces me to scroll a little bit longer than I would ordinarily. Now, after I get done with the face, or in this case, the helmet, there is no method or madness. Wait, what? I can't talk. There is no reasoning for the order I do cuts in, aside from the fact that on a person I always start with the face, or in this case, the helmet. Same with animals, I'll start on the face. And I do that because if I mess up the face and it's an identifying feature, like somebody's peculiar shaped mouth, smile, nose, eyes, because if I mess that up, there's no need to continue the project. So that's why I do those first. You're welcome, Al. I will say Pegasus blades are sharper, but I'm kind of a loyalist. I mean, I like Pegasus blades. I have nothing against Pegasus blades, but they don't make them in flat ended. So that's why I stick to Flying Dutchman. Plus, I'm kind of a loyalist to Flying Dutchman. I did try Pegasus blades and liked them, so I have nothing negative to say about them. And y'all bear with these little breaks. But see, I don't know if y'all notice here, but this is just the top layer of the double stack, and that's why I leave the brad nails areas to cut last, because we want that stack to stay together. Otherwise, you'll get fuzzies on top and bottom layer. But when you're double stacking or triple stacking, no matter how many you have in a stack, the fuzzies will be the worst on the very bottom piece because of using a spiral blade. Ooh, that's some good Dr. Pepper. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Okay, my stool decided to lower itself, so we got to readjust that. I would love to get a new stool, but I love this stool. I just want one that's slightly taller. But we got to prioritize with the finances. All right, we're going to check also to see if the hole in this Lexan table is lined up with the scroll saw table hole, so that I don't chew into the Lexan any more than necessary. I'm so glad I started doing these live feeds. It just, believe it or not, it helps my mood, because I often suffer with depression. My biggest thing is anxiety, but I like interacting with people in real time, so I'm not just doing this to show what I'm doing and to share it, but also it's fun for me. So even if I only have 1 or 2 viewers, a lot of times I'll keep on with the feed. Plus, not everybody watches them live anyway, and that's fine. But you can bet a chosen few will make it a point to give you thumbs downs, but they think that breaks your heart. But thumbs downs and thumbs ups don't affect anything on YouTube except for letting other people know how people are reacting. Sadly, some people will spend money on that, and that's pathetic. Now, I get that some people make a living on YouTube. I'm not there. But even then, if I'm going to make a living at something, let's go for an example. Let's say I have 50,000 subscribers. I only have 6,300, but just work with me here. I will never buy views or buy thumbs up or buy subscribers, because I want any success I have to be genuine. I'm not out to deceive anybody, and I think it's ridiculous if you are. And I know somebody who's doing that, and that's what's even sadder, but I'm not going to name names because that's drama. Again, no rhyme or reason as to the order I'm cutting things in. I'm just jumping around. Any questions or comments you have, I welcome them. They don't have to be on topic. All I ask is keep it family friendly, and I will address them live on the air. But even if you comment later, if I see it, I will respond to it. Doesn't always have to be on the live feed. But I do prefer sales type discussions to be done in private. Now this particular cut is close to the edge, so I might shave it just a little further away from the edge. I might. I don't know, because the wood is pretty good quality, so it's, yeah, I'll go ahead and just try to stay on the line, or just inside of it. I don't think it'll break. He said right before it broke. It didn't break. We got 7 people watching. Y'all don't be shy. Comment, throw a question, or, say how diddly do, whatever. Unlike Facebook feeds, alone, I can't see who comes in and out to watch unless you comment. Now, comments are not mandatory, but when I was doing just live Facebook feeds, it shows you who's watching. But when you're on StreamYard like I am, and you're streaming on Facebook and YouTube both, you only see those people who comment, not who's watching. Now see, my pilot hole is just a tad outside the cut, which is okay because it's not a major detail. But I was telling you earlier that I'm going to put a slight bit of tension towards the waist area, or away from the waist area. That way the blade, when it starts up, it'll go into that waist area. That's in the event that you haven't drilled the pilot hole completely square. Now that's in the case with a hand drill. I do plan to get a scroller's drill from Seiko.com, SEYCO.com, but they're on back order, and I have no moolah, so that will have to wait. So I just continue using my hand drill. Now for those joining late, I have black marks in the area to let y'all know where I have brad nails in. So I do those later after I've cut the surrounding areas. That way the stack stays together. Now, aside from facial features or helmets in this case, I do not go in a particular order when I cut, except for starting with the face. Stretch my back a little bit. Now, times like this might be where I pull the camera back a little bit so y'all can see a little more of what we're looking at. Tim Turner says, nice job, sir. Appreciate it, Tim. I appreciate you watching. He's watching over on YouTube. Says, what blades are you using? Blades, sorry, it's okay. I speak Taiwanese. I'm using number 5 flat-ended spiral Flying Dutchman's. And I'm on a 22-inch Heckner. I appreciate you watching. And again, if y'all are joining late, if you hear me read out a comment and you don't see it, wondering where's that comment he's talking about, it's because those watching on YouTube can't see Facebook comments. Those watching on Facebook can't see the YouTube comments. So that's what it is. I'm using a thing called StreamYard, and that allows you to see both platforms at once, as well as do live feeds to both platforms at once. But the basic StreamYard that I'm using costs $25 a month. Couldn't really afford it, but I think it was kind of worth it. Not a bad price in my opinion. I don't have premium membership, so I don't know what the benefits are to that. but this is working for what I need it for. I love that I get to stream to 2 different platforms at the same time. That's awesome. And to interact with a larger audience is pretty cool. Neil Rice on YouTube says that this looks awesome. Thank you, Neil. I appreciate that, sir. Since we do have new people joining, this is what the finished piece will look like. Just to give you an idea. 3 feet tall. I don't remember how wide, but whew. Let's see, my finger touched the blade there, but it didn't cut it because it's, now my reflexes made me jump back, but it didn't hurt and it didn't cut me. And I'll show you, that's where it scuffed my finger, but it didn't. Sorry for the finger I'm showing. It scuffed me, but it didn't cut me because it's a very safe tool and it's a spiral blade. The teeth are all the way around it. Tim Turner says, you are a master at it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. But I think anybody can be a master, because if you can keep that blade even remotely on the line and you have the patience to do a larger piece, then you're a master. And I don't mean to minimize the compliment, but the way I see it, you know, most of scroll sawing, once you learn to keep it remotely on the line, is just patience, because with my designs, most of them are pretty darn detailed. But that's because I like realism. But I mean, I appreciate the compliment. I didn't mean to minimize it. I hope it's not taken that way. But I personally don't consider myself a master. Personally, I admire people that can cut with a flat blade or a spiral. I can only use spirals. All right, one of the waste pieces got stuck in there, but we were done with the cut anyways. But I'm using the blade to get it out of there. There we go. And Tim Turner says, you did not minimize, sir. Cool. And Tim, if you haven't already, please subscribe and click on that bell to be notified when I do live feeds, because I never know ahead of time when I'm going to do them. So when I do them, I will schedule one, and you should get a notification. Hey, Charles Daring's going live. And I'm having trouble finding the pilot hole, because, you know, oh, that's not a pilot hole. That's funny. I was trying to put a pilot hole where there wasn't one. It was a pencil line. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I never would have gotten. It would have taken me 3 years to get through that wood without a pilot hole. Ooh, I love live. Tim Turner says I have a scroll saw. I don't use that often. That is a sin, Mr. Turner. What kind of saw is it? Or do you mean you have more than one, but you have one that you don't use? Or are you just saying you don't? Yeah, never mind. You could just, I'm just making conversation here. I need to step away for about 30 seconds, but I'm not going to end the feed because that would be silly. I'll be right back. That'd be a little longer than 30 seconds because I'm tangled up in wires here. Alright, I'm back. What did I miss? What kind of saw do you have, Tim? Alright, trying to get my headphone clip set in place is why I'm stalling here. I do go through times where I won't scroll for a week or two, but sometimes I just get burned out. But like I said, these live feeds keep me motivated and blah, 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 blah. Now and then, depression and anxiety get the best of me, and got to re-motivate myself. But aside from these live feeds, I got to where I was terrible at keeping content on YouTube, and I'm trying to get better at that. If nothing else, these live feeds will hopefully keep that going. Gotten about 30 subscribers in the last month, and I really appreciate that. Every little bit means a lot and helps. All right, Tim Turner has a Dremel scroll saw. I've had a Dremel scroll saw. First scroll saw I ever got was a Delta. I don't remember the model number, but it was the kind that had a little spring activated clamp, and it had this big old clunky tool to tighten the blade. Man, come a long way since then. I've had a lot of scroll saws. Not every saw can handle everyday use. That's why some saws like this one are considered high-end. This is a Hegner 22-inch sold by Advanced Machinery. You can tell them Charles Daring sent you. I'm not sponsored by them, but I wouldn't mind being sponsored by them. But anyway, I love the saw is why I'm touting it. This is considered a high-end saw. It's a little over $1,000. I don't remember the exact price because I haven't bought one in a while. But yeah, one of the most common middle of the road saws I've seen is a DeWalt 788. That's another daily use saw, but some saws are considered high end because they last longer. They don't break down near as much, or if at all. This one has never broken down on me. I had to replace these little vinyl rollers right here. That was it, because they'll get a flat spot after a while. Well, let me go ahead and show that to you. You see these little grooves in here. There's one here for when the tension's off and one there for when the tension's on. And because of the flat spot in the roller, it wouldn't stay in that back one. So let me untension it and you'll see what I'm talking about. There's another groove right there. And I thought, wait, not right there, right here. I thought I had rounded the metal from using it for so long, but it turned out it was just a flat spot on the, so you'll hear it lock into place right there. It stays right in that groove. Tim Turner says, when are you going to hold classes? You're not the first person to ask me that. Matter of fact, one of the earlier viewers that commented said, it was Smoot Yolanda. She asked me a while back if I could teach her to scroll, and I felt real bad because partially, and people are probably tired of hearing this about me, but I have anxiety issues, and I don't want that to affect anybody else. But also, the funnier side is my shop is upside down, and I smoke, so my shop smells like an ashtray. So I don't think it would be beneficial to try to teach people. Plus, I don't have yes, I do have more than one saw, but I don't have a setup to where I could have a bunch of people. And I would love to be able to do it because I like being able to help people, but at least for now, it'll be verbal and watching the live feeds. That's why I encourage questions. And if you are watching, wondering how can you smoke around projects you're working on? Well, number one, I'm not defending that I smoke, but number two, when I prepare a piece to be sold, it's sanded and clear coated, so you will not smell cigarette smoke. So know that I care enough that I'm not going to just throw out a bunch of ashtray smelling work. Anyway, yeah, I would love to be able to teach, but another area I don't think I'd be a good teacher is because I only use spiral blades. So some people might say you just teach people to use spiral blades, but I could do that, but the rest of it would just be practice for the people in the class. I don't know. Maybe I'm not giving myself enough credit, but that's that. If anybody has any questions or comments, it's okay to ask them. They don't have to be on topic. I'll address anything if it's family friendly. And thank you for your questions and comments, Tim Turner and everybody else. I definitely am a people person, so that aspect would make teaching fun. But I truly don't know how good I would be as a teacher in person. I honestly don't know. I wouldn't even know what to charge to teach, to be honest with you. Right now, I only know of one other guy that teaches classes, but he's in another state, and he also likes to spread rumors about me, so I will not have any association with him. But I forgot what my point was, so I'll just get back to scrolling. Yeah, I believe he has a building he teaches in. I'm not organized or financially able to do that kind of stuff. It would definitely be fun. I won't make light of that. One time I was asked to demonstrate a scroll saw at a Home Depot, but for some reason they changed their mind about the whole idea. They hadn't met me yet, but they had asked me about it, and we were ironing out the details, and priorities changed on their end, and I didn't get to do that, but it would have been fun. Tim Turner says, I'll teach you how to make barn doors. You teach me your tricks. Well, if you can handle an ashtray smell in an extremely cluttered shop, I'll consider it. But I also try to teach on these live feeds. That's why I'm always saying things that some people may already know. But yeah, the barn door idea I had, money stopped that one too. It sounds like I'm whining about money. I'm just being honest about money. Yeah, so that's that. Let me take a swig of Dr. Pepper here. We'll get going on scrolling. I have been accused of whining before, but I tend to treat everybody online like friends, so I'm venting to them. But yeah, it's a character flaw I don't like in myself. And I appreciate that, Tim. Whew. Fridays are the only day if there's ever going to be a day where I may not be doing live feed, it would be Fridays, because my laptop gets used by another on Fridays sometimes, and tomorrow that would be the case. And I also have a doctor's appointment that I got to be at by 3, so hopefully at least in the evening, hopefully I'll be able to do a live feed tomorrow, but I don't know right this second. Just look for notifications of going live. All right, let's get back to it. And thank you for all that, Tim. Yeah, I have a bunch of close friends, but one of my close friends is Wesley Balco. He does spirals and flat blades. If he lived closer, I'd love for me and him to team up to teach scrolling classes or whatever the case may be. But he's 3 hours away, and I can't travel. I think it's about 3 hours away. He's in Alvin, Texas. I'm in Gatesville, Texas. And Alvin is near Houston. But regarding scroll sawing, me, Jamie Page, Dale Kirkwood, which is Maple Tree Studios, Jamie Page is JP Woodwork, and Julian Martinez will be doing a scroll saw related show. Hopefully in the neighborhood of the start of the year, but we have 2 or 3 different time zones that we have to wrestle with in order to get together to discuss it. Plus, life keeps getting in the way, but it'll happen. But we're looking forward to that. We're considering making the first half of the beach show be on topic, and the second half just us being ourselves and talking back and forth. I imagine it'll go by feedback and viewer opinions as to what all happens and what all doesn't happen. I don't know whose channel it'll be hosted on, but it will be streamed to all of our channels. So if you are set to be notified of things, you won't miss anything. Tim Turner says, I have rabbits in my shop and you whine, it's okay, I'll bring the cheese. I love cheese. Anyway, again, for those that didn't know, that where I have these black marks is where I have brad nails. So I do those areas last. When I get far enough away from where these brads are, I'll cut them. But in the meantime, I don't want to separate the stack when I still have cuts around it. I can feel the pilot hole, but it's not breaking through. There it goes. If I can ever get a second webcam, I will try to do it to where we have more than one camera angle. But right now I can't justify that expense either. But I think it might be neat to swap camera angles every now and then. But this works, I mean, so I don't know, it's not a desperate need. Actually, probably not even a need at all. I think if it's not broke, don't fix it, so we're probably good. But I am grateful to the viewers that helped me improve the video experience. I was relying on Wi-Fi. I was doing it on my phone, but then I already had the laptop. It's somewhat a basic laptop, but I use it only for my live feeds. Plug the webcam into that. I have a camera crane that has this camera here on it, and I was using Wi-Fi, but now I'm hardwired right in, so we shouldn't lose signal like that. And I had this Lexan table that was reflecting the light, so got shelf paper that Steve Nealon helped me locate, and stuck that to the Lexan because the lights were reflecting really bad off of it and messing with the focus of the camera. And Daniel Davis, I believe, was the one that suggested putting sheets or pillowcases over the lights to diffuse them so they're not so overpowering on the camera. So we have the magnifier light has a pillowcase on it, and this light has just an old fitted sheet on it. So little things like that I'm trying to do to better the visual experience for people watching these things. Anthony Campbell says, I'm just being nosy. What do you normally do with the pieces that you cut out, if you don't mind me asking? I don't mind at all, Anthony. Like I said, I'm an open book. Y'all can ask me anything as long as it's family friendly, I'll tell you. Sadly, I just stack the pieces up unless they sell. I don't even bother with sanding them unless they sell, because I don't get out enough to advertise them at a show or anything. So I really have probably easy 10 or 15 pieces within view of me right now. They're just stacked up, some of them from the past live feeds. I mean, pretty much all of them are for sale. I just, to answer your question, I should have just done it in a quick way. I just stack them off to the side and go on to the next one. Yesterday's live feed was an order, but I seldom get orders, so I just do it to do it and to show people and for the fun of it, because I love scrolling. By the way, if anybody's interested in scroll saw patterns, that's a lot of what I do. Go to woodenvisions.com and click on the shop tab and navigate to the patterns for sale. And if you want to see the newest ones that are created, go to the folder marked newest. That way, if you've been to the site before and don't want to go through all the crap, just go to the newest folder. And eventually things are phased out of that. I think we're just around 1,790 products on woodenvisions.com. Now, there's no finished pieces there yet, but there's instructional scroll saw pattern how-tos videos, 4 or 5 of those. Got coffee mugs and crap. I'm eventually gonna, I don't mean to say crap, but coffee mugs and t-shirts, but I got a new supplier for the stuff, so I eventually am going to get, this is dirty because it's sawdust, but eventually going to get caps back on the website. Just scroll on is my little thing. When I get done with a show or live feed, I'll say scroll on. And then that's in reference to scrolling. Tim Turner says it looks great. Appreciate it. Yeah, Anthony, and anybody listening, y'all can ask me anything. If it's family friendly, I'll address it. It doesn't have to be right on topic, even though that was on topic. I'm an open book. Anything I'm capable of answering, I will. So let's get back to scrolling. Which is funny, I talk about not getting sales, but if I think there's even a chance of getting a sale on something, I'll triple cut it if I think it'll be popular. Triple cutting meaning I stack cut 3 of them, which goes slower, but I go slow anyway. This one is double cut, or double stacked. I generally go, my default is double stacking, but for the sake of some of these live feeds, I will do single pieces just to make it go a little quicker. Like the Lightning McQueen, Woody and Buzz. And there's a couple others, I think, that were single. The Baby Yoda. Wesley Balco, you're not done yet. No, kiss it. I'm also babbling in here, too. Talking to my friends. I thought you was one of them. When are you, reason why I'm asking is I want to know about when to expect you, but do you have a window of when do you think you'll be here? I know it takes about 3 hours, or depending on how you drive, but you don't have to say when you're leaving. Just give me a ballpark of when you'll be here. That way I'll be a little more prepared for you. Tim Turner says, do you draw your own patterns? Yes, sir, I do. That's more so how my name got out there than my actual scrolling. Well, I say I draw my own. I design my own patterns from photographs. That's what I mean by 1,790 products. 99% of those are scroll saw patterns. I've been designing since 1997. Didn't get real good right in the beginning, but that's when my passion on designing patterns started, because I love detail. I do my designs on paper, and I bring them into an old program that's not even available anymore called PaintShop Pro 4. That particular one 4 is what's not available anymore. PaintShop Pro is, but I use that to clean them up and color them in for displaying to show people. I thought you knew that, Tim. I'm sorry. All right. I figure why not break a blade? For those drinkers out there, I call it a drinking game. Every time Charlie breaks a blade, you got to take a drink. But you'd get drunker a lot quicker if you took a drink every time I stopped to take a sip of Dr. Pepper, because that's much more frequent. I do not drink. But I'm not a goody-goody. I just choose not to drink. And stop laughing at me, Wes, or anybody else. I do tend to push blades too much. The key to, that's another reason I might not be a good teacher, because the key to spiral blades is to let them do the cutting, because they can't go anywhere you don't aim them, and they can't cut any faster than you push into the piece. But sometimes I unconsciously push too hard, and that's why I break a lot of blades. But at least on this saw, I'm not saying it's for everybody that has a Hegner, but for me on this Hegner, whenever I break a blade, the little tension knob at the back vibrates loose a little bit. So that's why you see me redoing the tension when a blade breaks. Man, that's hard to say. Appreciate everybody watching on Facebook and YouTube. If you want to connect on YouTube, go to Charles Deering Scroll, or just probably type in my name. You should be able to find me. I love it if you would subscribe and click on the bell to be notified. If you're watching on YouTube and want to connect on Facebook, I go by the Charles Deering on Facebook. That's all one word. Love to talk with you. And taking a Dr. Pepper sip now, by golly. And I know why there's not like 30 to 50 viewers when I do live, because even if you like scroll sawing or want to see somebody creating something, it's still, to a degree, can be like watching paint dry. So I get why these live feeds are just wow, wow, wow. So I'm not doing any of this for popularity. I'm doing it because, number one, I like to share what I'm doing. And if I can teach one or two people, that is awesome. and also it helps me therapeutically and just motivation-wise. So that's why I do these live feeds. I'm not doing it to get popular. I just found 2 areas I forgot to drill pilot holes. Right there and there. Dag nabbit. I'm going to blame that one on Wes. I'm not saying I don't want to be popular. I'm just saying that's not why I do it, because, I don't know, because I just said I'm one of these people, I start to talk and I don't know how the heck I'm going to finish that sentence. But even if you're not a woodworker, you're not a maker of any kind, I encourage you to watch, because I don't, expect everybody watching to be somebody that wants to learn scroll sawing. So you can ask questions no matter what topic, as long as they're family friendly, I'll address them. I've even started posting on the Facebook Marketplace and selling pages, saying, hey, if you want to see me working on such and such, feel free to tune in. And a couple of people have done that, I believe. I don't know if they've commented on the live feeds, but yeah, so not everybody watching is going to be somebody that does this kind of stuff, or even wants to. They just might want to see how it's being done. All right. But I don't think, other than Smoot Yolanda, I don't think I've ever had anybody on these live feeds that wasn't a scroll sawyer or maker of some kind. So I don't want anybody watching that just wants to watch for the sake of watching. I don't want y'all to be shy about commenting or questioning. I don't mind off-topic stuff. Tim Turner says, one of these days I'm going to have to get your autograph. Well, I appreciate that, Tim. I made my autograph out of wood. That's what's funny. That's one of my project videos. Did a while back on YouTube, if you want to check that out. Tim Turner says, I'm watching you and glue dry. I'm turning pins today. Sweet. Yeah, I used to turn pins. I just got kind of unimpressed after a while as far as making them. I wanted to try turning. I was getting a little burned out on scrolling, but then I came back to scrolling and I haven't turned back. I think I might need to raise the tension slightly on this blade because it's vibrating when I'm trying to shave the line instead of just cutting it. It loosened a little bit. There we go. Even though this isn't a cut where I have to be right on the line, I still don't want a big wave in the line where it's not there in the design. That's just me personally. I mean, you can cut it however you want to cut it. I wanted to share this live feed to a bunch of Dallas Cowboy fan groups, but I didn't, because I didn't want to miss starting the live feed on time. But I never do these live feeds to boost sales of any kind. It's really just for people to see what I do and how I do it. But anything regarding sales, I would prefer be done in private messaging anyways, even if we're not quote-unquote friends on Facebook. John Hope, hey buddy, he says, evening Charles, just joined the feed tonight, caught the bit about the Facebook marketplace. I have had good results on there doing Tree of Life recently. Very good, John, that's awesome. And Tim Turner says, I find it amazing. Thank you, sir. Oh, you might mean the pen turning. So maybe that wasn't even about me, so I apologize. Okay. While I'm thinking of it, I'm going to go ahead and drill those 2 pilot holes I missed. So far, I think I've only missed 4 pilot holes. This will be off screen because, you know, I'm sure it won't impress y'all to see 2 pilot holes being drilled. And I will say big noise each time I go to drill them so that it doesn't startle anybody. Big noise. One more. Big noise. All right. That's why I keep my drill close by, because I almost always forget at least a couple of pilot holes. Especially when I'm trying to get them all done right before a live feed, because I don't do things ahead of time like I should. Okay. All right, let me look around and see where I want to start up again. Now, the further I get away from the helmet, the more I will pull the camera back a little bit, because I want people to be able to see more of the piece at a time. I don't even know if I moved it that much. Nope, it's trying to move, so I need to try to clamp it tighter. There we go. Appreciate everybody watching. If you have any comments or questions, please don't hold back. Hold them out, throw them out there. If they're family friendly, I'll acknowledge them and answer them. Does not have to be on any certain topic, as long as it's family friendly. Let me tighten up one of my camera crane clamps. It reduces the camera moving involuntarily, except for when I bump it like I just did. I think the longest live feed I ever did was on YouTube. I was working on Harley Quinn portrait, and that just under 8 hours. That was a bugger. And after this cut, I will cut these 2 areas where the brad nails are. And if you're just joining tomorrow's live feed, maybe evening time, because the laptop will be being used by another earlier in the day, and then I have a doctor's appointment, and figure what the heck, I'll break a blade that broke at the clamp end. So, take a drink. I don't even know if I finished that thought. It'll probably be evening time before I can do a live feed tomorrow. Well, at U.S. Central Time, I don't know what time it'll be for you when it's evening here. If you're not in the U.S. In the U.K., it'll be 6 hours later, but I don't have a set time yet. But since the blade broke, we have to reset the tension. Not too far off. All right. There's old Maple Tree Studios right there. That's Dale Kirkwood. Y'all watch him if you want to see other live feeds. He has a double camera setup, I believe. Captain Dr. Pepper. That's funny right there. I appreciate you watching, Dale. I was talking earlier about the show me, you, Jamie, and Julian are talking about, but we have got to get together and talk about that. But I will warn you, if you're in the U.S., Dale Kirkwood and Jamie Page do talk funny. Dale Kirkwood is Irish, but he lives in the U.K., and Jamie Page is British, and he lives in the UK. Julian Martinez used to be in Texas. He's now in Baltimore. So we got 2 or 3 time zones we got to deal with. Dale Kirkwood says, yes, we talk what it's proper like. Oh, Scottish. Did I say Irish? I meant Scottish. I'm sorry. Dagnabbit. Scottish. Or Irish. All right. Yeah. I don't talk Irish, all right? I meant Scottish. I totally meant Scottish. You're supposed to be able to read my mind anyway. That's a good comeback. Dale Kirkwood says, or Maple Tree Studios says, I'm about as Irish as you are Californian. Well, you got me on that one. I'm dang sure not Californian. That's not a dig on. Yeah, it is. It is a dig on Californian, just politically, though. I don't actually have anything against California people because one of my good friends is Patrick Kurt. Patrick's workshop is in California. It's the political side of California that I don't like, and I imagine a lot of Californians don't. Tim Turner says, next time I'm down your way, I'll let you know. I appreciate that, Tim. Sorry about that, Dale. I don't know why I said Irish. Okay, let's get back on this. See if I can do it without breaking the blade. I was going a long while there, though, without breaking a blade. I've only broken 2, which for me, when I'm pushing blades, that's not very bad. But I've only got 5 more. Wait. About 8 more blades. So if I break 8 more blades, I'll have to reload them. And I can do that on a live feed, but it just won't be as fun. For y'all, Anthony Campbell says, calling a Scotsman Irish is about calling a Texas a Yankee. Okay, I get it. Y'all got me. Y'all got me. My dad says there's 2 types of Yankees, a Yankee and a dang Yankee. Except he doesn't say dang, but yeah, so there's that. Sorry. I'm not going to live that one down. Of all the crap I do on these live feeds, this is what's going to sink me. I feel like I need to work on this camera angle. Let me pull it back a little bit that way. I don't know the best angle to do it at because I don't want all that wasted space. Maybe I just put it right back where it was. All right, sorry, Mr. Scottish man. Dale is one of my newest and closest friends. We give each other crap, but he's fun. We haven't gotten to hang out in a while, but we need to do that, Dale, if you're still watching, because we've got to get this show planned out and getting going. Nothing like a Texan. Yes, you are still watching, but Dale, help me get with Jamie and Julian, because I really do think we need to get this thing planned out. Although I know life gets in the way, I'm excited about the potential it has. And Dale, Maple Tree Studios, you're welcome to tell people in the chat the time and day of your. Well, you've already said it's a Sunday. I will leave it with you because I'm not organized enough to set it up. But if you want to tell people, he does Sundays. He does live feeds on his channel, Maple Tree Studios. But if you want to tell people the time, and if you know it, let them know U.S. time as well, so they can catch it. And I will get back to scrolling, and I will check on the comments and questions afterwards. If anybody has let me live down calling him an Irishman, forgive me, I am flawed. Again, if you're watching on Facebook, you're not seeing the YouTube comments, and if you're watching on YouTube, you're not seeing the Facebook comments. And Dale, if you ever want to come on one of my live feeds and be my comment and question reader, I don't mind that at all. I'm not trying to guilt you into it. Something is resisting. I think I might have moved the table, and I'm cutting into the Lexan. That is what happened. And I'm not trying to guilt you into being my comment and question reader. I'm just saying if you wanted to do so, I wouldn't mind at all. It actually keeps me scrolling longer because I'm not stopping to read the comments, which I don't mind doing. But usually every time I ask you that, it's an odd hour in the UK, and you're not able to, and I get that. UK is 6 hours ahead of me. Well, that, and people can hear your voice if they haven't seen you on a live feed or seen your videos in general. Of course, I might have to translate since you talk funny. Okay, Maple Tree Studios show is on Sundays. The live runs at 3 p.m. UK time, around 9 a.m. Eastern, so that would be 8 a.m. Central. He said it would be an honor to, sir, but I knew it, that but was coming. It's the last work night of the year, so I'm all clear for a couple of weeks thereafter. I appreciate that, Dale. Yeah, just get with me if you are so inclined. I mean, I don't want to guilt you into it by any means. I've been trying to get my twin brother to join, but for him it's like watching paint dry because he's seen me do this for years. He supports me. He just doesn't want to sit there a live feed. Okay, we've gotten far enough away from these brads that I can go ahead and cut these 2 cuts out where the brads are, if I can find a pilot hole. Anthony Campbell says Maple Tree Studio is going to have to watch the playback church on Sunday morning here. That's true. You might run into that a lot, Dale, from people in the U.S. Tim Turner, y'all need to set up a podcast. We are setting one up, but they call it a podcast. I call it a show because to me a podcast is audio only. But a lot of scroll sawing is visual, so I don't know. They call it a podcast, but maybe I have the definition of podcast wrong. I thought it was just an audio only thing you listen to. But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing a podcast either. But again, they talk kind of funny, so you may not be able to understand them. It's just, bantering back and forth, just saying. I've been known to talk funny every now and then. I don't know why people say it, but By God, they say it, I tell you what. Yeah, podcast is audio. Okay, so I was correct on that. Ooh. All right, let's get going on this. A lot of these live shows, a lot of the people join just to banter with the people on the show, or even talk back and forth with people in the chat, and that's fine as long as that we're all together and having fun. But once we get the details ironed out, we'll all talk about it on our channels and pages. Oh, I don't think we've ever done a hangout with all four of us. I've talked with a couple of them at a time, but all four of us together has been a while. Dale Kirkwood says, "Sir, I need to go to sleep. Keep us scrolling. I will, by golly." He's 6 hours ahead of us, so it's pretty late there in the UK. Tim Turner, yes, sir. Y'all can talk about scrolling. I know y'all have a lot to talk about, by golly. Anthony Campbell, have a great night on that side of the pond. I agree, Dale Kirkwood. Appreciate you stopping by before you slumber. That's sleep for you Yankees. Hopefully a lot of my viewers aren't Yankees and took offense to that and ran off. Dagnabbit. I'm a funny guy. Move on over to the numbers here. Slightly bent the blade trying to get it into the clamp, so I'm trying to fix that by hand. It's ever so slightly twisted, but not undoable. Tim Turner says they may talk funny, but at least I can understand. I hear you. Now, when we always accuse each other of talking funny, it's definitely not a dig. It's just playful digging, not intentional insults. Never gotten to meet Julian Martinez in person or Dale. I've met Jamie. That was cool. Julian Martinez is in Baltimore, Maryland. I didn't know of him or know him, and when he was in Texas, he was about an hour and a half away. Oh well, we'll connect eventually. It may be at my funeral, but at least we'll connect. All right, one more Dr. Pepper swig, and we'll jump right into this puppy. Yeah, a lot of my closest friends online, most of my friends are online, but a lot of my closest friends online, we give each other crap, and that's our way of bonding. I don't know why, but that's just the way it works out. Not all my friends do that, but Anthony Campbell says, how much difference is there in cutting with a saw like your Hegner and say Deltas and DeWalt's in your opinion? I've used other saws. It's been a while. One difference is vibration. It also depends on whether or not you have a stand to add to the weight, and even the floor you're on, because the wooden floor in my shop makes things vibrate a lot more. But the Hegner itself is very heavy, as is the stand, and I also have a block of concrete on the footrest portion of the Hegner. And I forgot your question because I'm babbling. Oh, how much of a difference? Not a whole lot of difference. The saw itself is not really a cutting difference. It's more so a vibration or just the quality of the build of the saw. So it's hard for me to answer that accurately. And I'm sorry I went the long way around answering that. But the Hegner has its own unique clamping system. And if you look up anatomy of a scroll saw on my channel, on my YouTube channel, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's about saws in general, but it compares the Hegner to other saws as well. But I love the clamping system of the Hegner above all other saws. But I also love the Seiko ST21 because of the huge table and the guy who runs the company. I adore. Excellent customer service. SEYCO.com. Hegner can be bought at advancedmachinery.com. All right, let me get back going on this. Hopefully that somewhat answered your question, Anthony. I almost never answer a question quickly or shortly. I always seem to drag out an answer, but an answer nonetheless. I hate it when my sleeve gets caught on the table. Sometimes that can take me off of a line. But if it wasn't so nippy here, I wouldn't have to have sleeves, but oh well, I'm just whining because I can. There's also no rhyme or reason for cutting clockwise or counterclockwise with a spiral blade. It's just whatever pops into your head, whatever preference you have. I most often find myself cutting clockwise, but I don't have necessarily a reason for that. The thing I most often have to catch myself on is pushing the blade too hard into the wood, because that goes through blades quicker. Let the blade do the cutting. But after all the years of scrolling, I still have to calm myself down sometimes on that. I have a severe itch on my forehead right now, and I can't do anything about it. That's fun. So, gonna stop there, scratch the itch, and get back going. Whew, that feels good. Another passion me and Julian Martinez share is the love for the Dallas Cowboys and NFL football. My God. More fun admitting that when they're doing good, but we're diehard fans regardless. And this is not the only player I have a design of. But as I said earlier, I can do any team, any player, any number on the jersey. There we go with that. Anthony Campbell says, I've just heard the stroke is different from a say, like yours and the deltas and such. Oh, you mean saw? Yeah. I don't know. I haven't really noticed that. It's been so long since I've used another saw, Anthony. I don't know how to be more accurate, and I'm sorry for that. So I honestly can't answer that. I do know on like the Seiko, the Excalibur saws like that, the upper arm stays up if you have it adjusted right. You can lift that arm up to change blades. But again, if you go to the anatomy of a scroll saw on my channel on YouTube, you will see how the Hegner is different in that the upper and lower arm have a spring on the back that connects them. That's why when I let go of it, it goes up. And for those that care or want to know, the Hegner is a German-built saw, at least last research I did. I assume it still is. The Advanced Machinery company that sells them is out of Delaware. Good people. Very good. Very good product. Very good saw. Very solid. I stopped just long enough that I have to take another swig of Dr. Pepper, by golly. I wonder if when I take those sips, y'all can hear me slurping and swallowing and everything. But this is not a professional quality show, so that's on me. I like the fact that the piece is at a comfortable angle for me to cut at, but yet y'all can see it right side up, so that's better for watching. I encourage y'all to question or comment if you so desire. It does not have to be on topic. If you're watching on Facebook and want to connect on YouTube, I go by Charles Deering Scroll there, but you should be able to find me under just Charles Deering without the word just. And if you're watching on YouTube and want to connect on Facebook, I go by the Charles Deering there, and that's all one word. But if you do watch on YouTube, I hope you'll consider subscribing and clicking on that bell to be notified of these live feeds and project videos. Gotten about I don't remember the exact number, about 30 subscribers or 39, somewhere in there in the last 28 days, and that's awesome. I appreciate y'all referring to YouTube. I'm creeping up on 3,000 friends and followers on Facebook, but again, it's not about numbers. On YouTube, it helps financially, but Facebook, it's just is what it is. But I appreciate y'all's support however you choose to do it. On YouTube, there's something called Super Chat if you're on the live chat, and I'm not trying to convince anybody to do this, but you might be wondering what it is, and some people like to give back or show support, so to speak, besides just watching on YouTube. You'll see a $sign under the chat area if you're watching with the live chat. I was chewing into the like button again. You'll see a $sign that way. It allows you to donate if you so choose. Not mandatory by any means. It's called a Super Chat. Allows you to donate in real time. By no means mandatory, but definitely appreciate it. I think the last 3 people that did it for me were Steve Good, Dave Gatton, and Jamie Page. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate everybody. But the ones that take time out of their day to do that really means a lot. Every little bit helps, but by no means mandatory or conditional. Okay, that means I didn't get it all the way in the clamp there. That was not the saw. Once you scroll for a while, you'll hear these different sounds in your saw, and you'll know it means the blade's about to break, or it's not in the clamp good, or the tension's off. And there's Mr. Jacob. I'm trying to remember the state he's in. I want to say Utah, but I could be wrong. JSG Woodworking is Jacob. Hello, Jacob. Appreciate you coming back. Okay, if it makes that sound again, that means I loosened the tension and need to fix it. No, we're good, I think. It's funny, I was talking earlier about Jamie Page. He lives in the UK, but most often he seems to keep US time as far as when he's awake and when he's not, so that's kind of funny. One of these days I need to get him in here to be the comment and question reader, because he's a hoot to hang out with as well. You may not see him on the camera, but you'll hear his voice. That's if I can ever talk him into doing it. Still trying to get my brother to join one of these things. Yep, I was right about Utah. Hey, I remembered something. Yay. I used to be terrible with names. I'm getting a little bit better. I know that was a state, but it made me think of names. I usually have trouble remembering people's names. Anyway, I'm more likely to remember people's names than their locations. But these people that come to more than one feed, it's awesome. It's even though we barely talk outside of these live feeds, it's still nice to get new friends. Stuff like that. I am in the good old state of Texas in Gatesville. That's about 45 minutes southwest of Waco. good little town. Most of the population of Gatesville is the prison, but a high population gives you amenities like more stores. So it's kind of a happy medium. We don't have like issues because there's a prison in town. It employs a lot of people. But every now and then you'll see a documentary about a serial murderer or something. Maybe not a serial murderer, but just, a murder or whatever. You'll see a documentary and they'll mention such and such unit in Gatesville, Texas, saying it's not what I want to be known for, but I'll take it. Jacob says, and good at catching bowls. He did a live with the beard. Yeah, I saw that where the bowl beard was turning, came off, and Jamie caught it. That was a hoot. that was funny. The timing was impeccable. That was good. For him to be in that spot at that exact time was just, man, you can't make that stuff up. And the fact that he didn't drop it, he may have juggled once, but he just caught it. That was funny. But yeah, to be known for good at catching bowls is a little unique. Who'd have thunk it? By the way, once I cut the areas that have the brads in them, you'll notice here, we got the gap. That's the stack coming apart, but that's fine because we've already cut that area. And I know that wasn't crystal clear video, but it's because I don't have much room in front of the camera to show you that. Jamie was in the States for a while. He came back, gave Rich over at Beard X16. He brought back a chocolate-covered scorpion, and he seemed a little hesitant to put it in his mouth. But I was thinking, a company wouldn't be in business if eating a chocolate-covered scorpion could sting you or hurt you in any way. So I was laughing a little bit at that as well. Most definitely an amazing catch on the bowl. Getting a little nippy in here. And it's only 5 p.m. U.S. Central Time, which means it's 11 p.m. UK time. I had one live feed where at least one or two people from Brazil were watching. That was kind of cool. I'm hearing a horn outside. I hope it's not somebody trying to get my attention. I know I am especially expecting Wesley Balco at some point, but I don't know what time. So if I hear a bang at my shop door, it may be Wes, but I don't know that he was even leaving town yet. He's about 3 hours away. Or lives about 3 hours away. But after this cut, I may need to peek out the shop door and make sure it's not him. Because that horn sounded closer than the street. So I'll be right back, folks. Sorry about this. was not Wes, so I apologize for running off like that. Neil Wright has joined us. He says he's from Comanche. Comanche is not terribly far from me. It's a neighborhood of an hour. My brother, I don't know if, my brother's in Comanche, Texas. I thought it was De Leon. My brother lives in, my twin brother lives in Comanche, Texas. So how cool is that? Of course, you say you're from Comanche. I don't know if that means you're in Comanche. And you might not even mean Texas. I don't know. And that's on YouTube, by the way, for people wondering what I'm talking about. And I was talking about Jamie Page gave Rich over at Beard Time 16 chocolate covered scorpion, and Jacob saying he was watching Rich's live after he was still picking shell out of his teeth. That's funny. Neil Wright, I assume you're talking about Comanche, Texas, or is there a Comanche somewhere else? Anyway, let me get back to cutting. I feel like I should be a little higher up with the camera. There we go. It might be a comfortable angle for everybody. Yeah, a good friend of mine and my twin brother and his wife live in Comanche, Texas, which is about an hour and a half from me-ish. Mainly down Highway 36 and then a few other turns. Highway 36 and Highway 84 intersect here in Gatesville. John Hope, hello sir, says, do you use a magnifying light? If so, does it ever get in your way? I do use a magnifying light, but I use it for the light more than magnifying. And it's covered with a pillowcase right now to diffuse the light. But I don't use it for magnifying because it messes with my eyes. Okay. Camera setup's trying to loosen itself, so I got to tighten that. But I try not to let it get in my way. That's what you're seeing here, is it's in a holder that is on the Hegner. And but I just swing it if it gets in my way at all. It'll get to a point where I need the magnifier because my eyesight is going south. And for anybody just joining, if you see these black dots, and I don't know how well it shows up on the screen, but that's to let the viewer and me know which cutouts have brad nails in them, so that I will cut those last, so that the stack will stay together. Let me go ahead and get going on this other side to catch up evenly. And I'll adjust the camera as soon as I get it through the pilot hole here. If I get it through the pilot hole, a little too far. No, I think the camera's far enough away that I don't have to adjust it. You should be able to see it. Leonard Davis, how to do, mister? He says, hi, Charles, and hi, all. He's watching over on YouTube. Appreciate you being back here, Leonard. And I figured, why not bump the camera? There's no need for me to do this, but just for giggles, I'm cleaning off the dust. I wish I could afford and could set up a dust collection system, but it is what it is. My shop would be at least not as, it'd still be cluttered, but it wouldn't have as much dust on it if I had a dust collection system. But for some reason, they charge for dust collection system. It's weird. It's like they want to make a living or something. Neil Wright says, do you know Randy Deering in Comanche? No, sir, I do not. My brother's name is Cliff Deering, and he lives in Comanche. His wife's name is Laura. And I have a very good couple of friends named, I don't know if I should be giving all this information out. Very good friends named Robert and Janet. I won't give their last name in case they don't want that kind of stuff public. But no, I do not know a Randy Deering. I have family in Hamilton, Texas. I have family in Round Rock. Oh, no, it's not Round Rock anymore. It's Georgetown, Texas. And I want to say Brownwood, Texas. If I have any relatives out of state, I don't know who they are. I have some in Lampasas. One of them just moved to East Texas, but I don't remember right where. Because I know all of y'all wanted to know all that. But I am referring to aunts and uncles and cousins and stuff like that. Hamilton, Texas is about 45 minutes from me. Where my brother used to live, then he moved to Comanche. So I think they're closer to De Leon, but their mailing address is Comanche. One of those weird setups. But if I have a relative named Randy, I haven't met him yet. Hello, Dale. Welcome back. I thought you was going to bed. Dale, Maple Tree Studios just donated 10 pounds. I don't know what that is in dollars, but it doesn't matter. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you very much. Little things like that mean a lot. He donated over on YouTube. It's called Super Chat. 10 pounds. Sweet. Neil Wright says, currently I live in Palestine, Texas. All my family lives in Comanche. Nice. And thank you again, Dale Kirkwood, Maple Tree Studios. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for the support. All right. That's awesome when people do little things like that. It's just pretty cool. Of course, people watching is pretty cool as well. Donations are not mandatory by any means. It's only for those people that like to give back like that. And that's something I think you can only do on YouTube. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't believe I've ever been to Palestine, Neil. And it's getting a little nippy in here. Whew. Not a fan of cold. At some point, I'll need to end this live feed because I have to clear a path for Wesley Balco and myself to stack wood in here, but right now it's a cluttered mess. So I would literally have to clear a path to get to the stack of wood. Anywho, let's keep going for now. I have no idea when Wes is supposed to be here. I guarantee one of the first things he'll say is, "You're not done yet." He likes to give me crap about how slow I scroll, but that's just how I scroll. Whenever I'm not doing live feeds, I'm either listening to talk radio or country music on my headphones. But there's copyright issues with playing music in the background, at least on Facebook and possibly YouTube. I don't know, but I've never done music on a live feed. If I have y'all to talk to, I don't need to listen to music. But if I was listening to music, y'all wouldn't hear me talk near as often. That being said, I did sing on one live feed, and I'm kind of embarrassed by that, but I was having fun. That's what matters. Got 10 people watching. We appreciate it. Well, it's kind of a South thing. We say we, and it's only me. We appreciate you. I think that's a South thing. I don't know if Northern people say we or not. I don't know. I'm just making conversation because I need somebody to talk to. We're getting there. Just, I don't know how much longer it'll take. We still got below the numbers down, but it's 3 feet tall. Probably won't finish this on this live feed, but hopefully by the end of the next live feed we will. Plus, when it starts getting cold in the shop, and this is probably the case with anybody, it's less and less fun to scroll, but I have fun scrolling with y'all, and it's not bitter cold in here, it's just annoyingly cold. Gotta love that Dr. Pepper. Whew. Y'all don't be shy out there. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to throw them out there or just tell me to shut up and scroll. I shouldn't invite comments like that because sure as heck somebody will say it. For some reason I have the Milli Vanilli song Blame It on the Rain stuck in my head. I have no idea why, but just figured I'd share that. And detail like this, it's like just a wrinkle in a jersey. I mean, you don't have to stay right on the line. That's why I tend to cut a little floppier on cuts like this. It doesn't hurt to stay on the line, of course, but I don't freak out if I go off the line a little. Only time that's important is on facial features usually, or something that would look odd being shaped a different way. John Hope asks if I'm still doing my horns. I was shining up cow longhorns for a while. No, I'm not, John, because I can't afford it. I was doing it for somebody, but they figured they could do it themselves, so that income went away. It's fun to do, and anybody that's interested in how to shine up cow horns from scratch, I have a video on that on my YouTube channel. It's one of the few off-topic or non-scrolling videos I've done. Yeah, I miss doing it, but I still get to scroll, which is cool. But a lot of the dust in this shop is from doing those horns. There's white dust everywhere. Oh, yeah. For anybody wondering why I was over here and then went back over to here, because I like to cut towards myself. I don't do it every time, but majority of the time, yes. Even though this is just a wrinkle in the shirt, I don't like that little nick out of it, so I'm going to smooth it out a little bit, just because I can. Not mandatory by any means. I have no idea why that song stuck in my head. I haven't even heard it in a long time. Okay, so I'm going to cut this little cluster of little bitty cuts, and then I'm going to do these 3 where the brad nails are. No, I may wait a little longer. I may go down this side and the arm before I do that, because I don't want to loosen the stack too much. Mr. J.P. Work. Jamie Page, just talking about him. Oh, hell, we got the whole cluster back in here. Dale Kirkwood of Maple Tree Studios says, "Hey, Charles, I can't keep away," and I appreciate that, buddy. Found some other guy hanging at the door, and then there's Jamie. They're probably in a hangout together if I know them. Dale says, I sense a presence, Mr. JP. Of course, the timing was wrong because in the chat, Jamie shows up before you said that. But anyway, I appreciate y'all being here. John Hope says, my shop looks like someone threw a hand grenade and walked away. Mine too, John. Trust me on this. Jamie Page says the forces were strong on that one, Dale. Jamie, by any chance, and Dale probably warned you I was going to ask you this, but do you feel like popping in to be the comment and question reader, or am I guilting you into that? You can say no, because sometimes you actually keep normal hours. I get it. I'm trying to get somebody in here so people can hear y'all's voice and get to know y'all if they don't already know you. My twin brother won't do it. Someday I'll talk him into it. And Jamie, I will not be upset if you say no. I'm just, I want people to meet you and Dale. Sweet. All right, folks. So we're going to have Mr. Jamie Page in here. I may have to translate half of what he's saying because he talks funny. Heck yeah. Okay. All right. So y'all bear with me while I copy this and send it to Mr. Jamie Page. I'll start out with him on the camera so that y'all can see what he looks like and he can tell y'all where to find him. And then we'll get rolling again. I appreciate that, Jamie, even if you're only doing it for me. Might wait for my computer to catch up here. My stomach's growling over here. Where are you at on my messenger? Come on now. There you are. Hopefully this will let you in, Jamie, and unlike somebody else we know, I will let you in the second I see you. And I've now turned Messenger off. Oh, well, now Dale wants one. Dag blebbit. Lord, we're going to have all kinds of funny talking in here, folks. So I got to get back on Facebook, Dale. All right, so y'all are going to meet three quarters of the Team Scroll Saw, whatchamacallit, show. And they can talk about it more than I can because I'll be scrolling now. Okay. I got to find Mr. Dale Kirkwood on my messenger. There he is. They were all on Lee's show a couple days ago, but I slept through it because that's what I do. Hopefully this gets y'all both in. So let me jump on back over there. Nobody's showing up yet, and then I'll have to figure out how to do the camera stuff. I'll throw them on the camera a little bit so y'all can meet them and see what they look like and make fun of their actions and stuff like that. And then at some point I'll go back to just me on the screen so y'all can see the scrolling going on. I don't see y'all behind the scenes yet, so hopefully that link I threw you works. There somebody is. Not Charles. That's Mr. Jamie Page, folks. What's up, baby?
What's going on?
What's going on? See, he doesn't sound real British right now, but it'll kick in here in a second. I'm sure, were you and Dale hanging out before y'all came in here?
No.
I thought for sure y'all were. I accidentally called him Irish earlier instead of Scottish, and that was a hoot. 3 or 4 people didn't let me live that one down.
Say that again, mate. Sorry, I just had the YouTube going.
Say that again?
I had YouTube sound going, so it completely cut you out.
Oh.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said I accidentally told everybody that Dale was Irish.
He said it was Irish.
No, Dale,
I don't sound Irish,
Scottish.
Yeah, I messed that up. Him and another guy didn't let me live that down.
Yeah, only when he fakes it.
All right, folks, they are not faking their accent. I fake mine all the time, but in the middle there, you will see Jamie Page. Jamie, if you want to tell people where to find you and everything. And
just correct my camera, make it a little bit look like I'm a professional or something like that.
we'll pretend.
I don't want to be sitting like this. What? Right. Okay. So you can find me on my YouTube channel at JP Woodwork. My Twitter and Instagram is JP_Woodwork. I'm 1/3 of the Makers International podcast, which can be found at makersinternationalpodcast.com. My personal website is jp-woodwork.com. And we also have a group on Facebook called Team Scrollsaw.
All one word.
We're all one word, yeah. There's free patterns that are being given away over there at the moment. But that's a lot more is going to be changing over there in the very, very near future. So if you're not part of it, become part of it. And yeah, it's about to go down.
Yeah,
as it were.
Thank you, Jamie. Both of these guys are 1/4 of the soon to be happening Team Scrollsaw show, live scrolling show. But let me move on over to Mr. Daryl Kirkwood. You'll see him in the chat by Maple Tree Studios. Go on, Dale.
Hi, boy.
Howdy. You talk funny, mister. Oh, boy.
That's the best Irish accent you've ever put on.
See, folks, this is just a hint of the banter you're going to get when we all get together.
Yeah, so I'm Dale Kirkwood. I'm from Maple Tree Studios. You can find us on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all under Maple Tree Studios. I have the dubious pleasure of knowing these two gentlemen. Been scrolling for about a year. Thoroughly enjoying it. Looking forward to being Mr. Ordinary and amongst all these giants.
You're no less ordinary or whatever than us. I rarely get serious on these live feeds, but these are two of my closest friends right now.
Dale is one hell of an extraordinary pattern maker as well.
Yes, he is.
I'm improving. I'm getting there.
Yeah, so and while we were doing this, one of the viewers, Leonard Davis, just asked to join Team Scrollsaw. If you can get on that, Jamie.
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
We Team Scrollsaw Facebook page. Is it a group or a page? I don't remember, Jamie.
It's a group. There's plans for other stuff in the future, but all of us need to get together at the moment.
Yeah,
and do a bit of talking because Dad and I have been talking about a few other bits to kind of improve it and go in a direction. But we'll talk about that a bit more later on.
All right, and folks, you're hearing me seeing Jamie Page and Dale Kirkwood, and to be clear, and this has nothing to do with accents, but when JP Woodwork talks about his page, it's Woodwork, plural. I mean single, not plural. There's no S on the end. That's important.
There's no S.
And important for Dale Kirkwood at Maple Tree Studios, it is studios.
Because I do have two, yeah.
So more than one studio. And I am Charles Deering. I guess y'all know that since you're watching, and I appreciate that.
And he is only one.
Is that one? Is that one Charles Deering, or is it?
Well, actually, one's Charles and one's Cliff, but they both look alike. So.
Yeah, twin brother. My brother's Jamie's gotten to hang out with my brother a couple times, but I want my brother to meet y'all. Yeah, my clone. The only person that is a part of a Team Scrollsaw show that is yet to be announced is Julian Martinez. He's the only one that's not here on the thing. And I'm getting ready to get back here scrolling, folks, so don't get upset with me. I just wanted y'all to see the faces and hear the voices of the two fellers that will be joining me and Julian Page on Team Scrollsaw show. Watch for notifications. And so there's that. And I know we give each other big time heck, but I appreciate y'all's support. Y'all too, and Dave Gatton and Steve Good.
He's gonna make me cry. See, every time he talks like this, he's gonna make me cry.
I
just love you, man.
I love it. And I'm not even drunk. Anyway, that's not to imply anybody else is. Some people need to be with me, but it is what it is. So,
I've gone and approved him to Team Scrollsaw anyway.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and jump back into scrolling. If y'all don't mind, if it's convenient for you, if y'all can let me know the questions and comments and who's throwing them out there. Again, people on YouTube cannot see the Facebook comments. Facebook people cannot see YouTube comments unless you're
people
watching.
People on Facebook, come to YouTube.
Okay.
Come to
YouTube. Come to YouTube.
I know this may be little for some people, but it thrills me to death that y'all are here. I appreciate it, guys. I'm going to see if I can figure out.
I'm gonna be real. You need. I mean, I am stretching. My wife is giving me that whole stern mom thing, saying, "When are you coming to bed?" You know. So I'm stretching this here, man. I'm stretching this. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have to go though. All right. But yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure and a privilege. Please, sir.
I appreciate it, buddy.
Oh, wait! I gotta do this my show. I gotta say, scroll on, Chuck.
Scroll on, baby. Jamie tends to keep longer hours than Dale because Jamie will just tell people to shut up and stick around. Excuse me for coughing into the mic. Anybody has any questions or comments from here on out? I will be scrolling the whole time, and one of these fellers, or both, if they talk in unison, will be reading the comments and questions to me. So throw them on out there, even if it's addressed to them. Feel free to do so, and I'll get back on this here scroll sawing thing. Much obliged for you funny talkers being here.
I'm not sure when it was written, but Wesley said you're not done yet.
That was a while back. If he's commented since then, I haven't seen it.
So I've only just turned on the Facebook page, so that would be why.
Wesley's, I think, may be on his way here. He's delivering a load of wood. I had to pawn pretty much everything I owned to get some, but by God, we got some wood coming. So, and I've been telling everybody this is Baltic birch ply. It's actually maple ply, so I was wrong on that.
Really? I approve of anything with the word maple in it.
Heck yeah, by God. I should sponsor you.
There you go.
Cool.
Even
so I don't know
in the backyard.
Totally. I mean, that's how they got their name. There's a Japanese maple kind of hanging over one of the two studios. That's how they got their name. Literally, two studios under a maple tree. Really, really inventive. Charles, I don't know this player. I don't know the player. Can you see as you start cutting? Can you tell us a little bit about the player? I mean, I don't know what team he plays for. Really, tell us a bit about him.
Oh, this player.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of on the spot now, but I don't know a whole lot about him. But let me take my swig of Dr. Pepper. And Leonard Davis says thanks in the chat because I happen to be looking over there. Jamie got slow.
Yeah. No. I'm just on. I'm on Wikipedia. He's an American football running back for the Dallas Cowboys, the NFL. He played football in Ohio State. He got All-American honors in 2015 and was drafted to the Cowboys 4th overall in 2016.
Oh, God. And he's a record-breaking running back this year. He's a little bit behind, but so are the Dallas Cowboys.
And he's 24 years old.
Yep, and Richard Nuss Ding Ding. That's me trying not to cuss. And I haven't mentioned to y'all.
Ding Ding. Was that what you just said?
Yeah. And I don't mean to talk to y'all like your children, but let's make sure we keep the language family friendly. Y'all haven't gone outside of that yet, but
Good Lord.
I know.
It's going to be quite challenging, young man.
I hear you. Anyway, I'm going to get back to this whole scrolling thing. A couple people want to see it.
Cool.
All right, so the voices you're hearing are Jamie Page and Dale Kirkwood, Maple Tree Studios and JP Woodwork.
It's not. We're not real. It's just Charles. Charles has two puppets beside him, and he puts his hand on them and makes these voices. We don't exist.
It's like figure of your imagination.
He's like the Jim Henson of Scroll Saw.
Yeah, I have a volume thing on here. I don't know if it helps me hear or makes me louder, but I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Can y'all say a sentence or two?
No, I can't say a sentence or two.
Okay, I don't know if it's making me louder or y'all, but I was having trouble hearing y'all. Let me turn this off.
What?
Yeah, I think it was.
It's 11:38 in the UK.
It's 5:38 in the U.S. Central Texas time.
It's past my bedtime, what it is in the UK, but that's all right. Hang around for a bit longer, sir.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I believe it turned y'all up because I was having trouble hearing you over the saw, and God knows people are tired of me stopping sawing, but go on.
Anthony Campbell says, Mr. Charles, it has been a pleasure to get to watch you live. I have to get out of here for choir practice. You have a blessed evening. Catch you on the next show.
All right. Appreciate you very much for watching and subscribing, whatever you chose to do, Mr. Anthony Campbell. Much obliged, and have fun singing. Speaking of the word choir, because I talk random, I was in 4th grade, and the teacher wrote the word choir on the chalkboard, and I was the only one in the class that could say what the word was.
I used to be in the choir when I was in we're over. So the school system where I grew up involved chalk tablets and tablets and writing on. No, I'm joking. But I was in the choir until I was about 14.
Stone
14.
tablets.
Yeah, I was in the choir until I was about 14, and then about 14, and then and then at that point something went south, kind of thing, and a voice went with it, and that was that.
That was in Ireland, wasn't it? Just kidding. It's one of them Irish Scottish people.
Well, I mean, my maternal grandfather is Irish. To be fair.
All right, so it wasn't a total insult then.
No.
Well, I've got friends in Ireland.
Yeah.
And a former friend from Ireland. We won't get into that person, but yeah. I know you know who I'm talking about, Jamie.
Yes, Father Jack from the show.
Yeah,
Father Jack. Father Jack's quite funny. I quite like Father Jack.
Yeah.
How close is Beard Time 16, Rich, from you, Jamie?
Not really that far. A couple of hours, maybe 3 hours.
2, 3 hours, depending on what the freeway traffic is like over here.
Yep.
Rob Watts wants to know: were you in a school for the mute, Charles?
Was I what?
In a school for the mute.
No. I don't get it. That's probably a joke of some kind, but I don't know.
Maybe something to do with the deaf.
What?
Well, deaf means you can't talk or hear. But I'm confused. It's probably a joke of some kind, but I don't get it. So sorry if I screwed that up for you, Mr. Rob Watts. And Rob, I got your email, but I haven't responded.
You were the only one who could answer the choir.
Oh. Well, yeah. It was one of those words I saw that I knew it was spelled funny, but I knew how to say it, and for some reason I was the only one in the class that knew how to say it. And I was bragging because that was one time in my life that both my brain cells connected.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's one of those things where you're raising your hand and practically crying, trying to get the teacher's attention because I wanted to be the one that saved the day.
Oh, gold star territory.
And finally, and the smiley face too. But and finally, she called on me. There was one guy I thought was
the whole wait, back up. What age were you?
4th grade. I don't know the
Fourth
age.
grade. I don't know. That's kind of what. That must be 8 years old, something like that.
Something like that. I don't know the math because I hate math. But
it was last week with a megaphone.
Yeah, this is going to sound like arrogance. But she called on another guy that was one of my neighbors, and I thought, oh man, he's going to get it because he's kind of smart. And I was going to say like me, that sounded arrogant. I thought, dang it, she called on him first. He's going to be the hero. He got it wrong too. I said, oh yeah, here. And when I said it, she said choir. I said, exactly. Dang, never should have called on me first, woman.
Oh dear.
We don't want to get me cracking up on the scroll saw because this piece will be even worse.
There's a sport if I ever had one. We shouldn't do that though, because you're using spirals. You're using spirals, and they are deeply unforgiving.
Yeah.
Well, they can be, but
you can't knock that arm out of the way.
No.
By the way, these are two guys. I believe both of them stand up to scroll. I don't know how the heck they do that.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
Y'all are weird.
Yeah, I didn't. Actually, you know what? I didn't realize you did though.
Yeah, totally. So I mean, I stand up at the EX. I mean, I've got the stool there, but I never use it. Kind of. I mean, I bought the stool with the idea of what I'll do is I'll perch on this, and that'll be all right. But the truth is that you just don't use it. Just don't use it. Spend all the time standing.
Sorry, Dale, but I'm actually laughing because I had trouble understanding what you were saying, but I think I figured it out. So if anybody has trouble, just ask.
We'll get you for that. We'll get you for that, Daring. We'll have our revenge later on.
I think you said the word perch. You said perch or something like that. So
yeah, perch.
That's what threw me off.
Yeah.
Perch.
As in sit my ass on the edge of the chair.
He means his hiney, folks. This is a family-friendly show.
Oh, okay.
We're going to talk
No, he meant donkey.
Donkey, yeah, donkey, innit?
Donkey.
Donkey.
You know, because if it meant hiney over here, it'd be the words. No, I can't say that.
Yeah, I hear you. I won't get into detail because it is family friendly, but apparently Fanny means two different things in the U.S. Here it means your
That was a wonderful word. That's a wonderful way to get the attention of a barmaid when you explain the difference. I'm just saying. Hashtag just saying.
I won't get into detail on the other meaning, but in the U.S. a fanny is a your rear.
Yeah.
That we won't get into.
There's kind of three really. There's also the third one, which is it used to be I think it was a lady's name.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
There are some.
It was Nick Faldo's caddy's name, wasn't it?
There are some women, elderly women in the U.S. named that. There's another word I can't even say because it's not family friendly, but it starts with an F. And in the UK, it means cigarette. Here, it means a whole nother thing. It's kind of offensive.
Yeah, Joe Whittaker got you with it.
Yes, he did. You remember that? That cracked me the heck up. How is he doing, by the way?
He's doing all right, as far as I know.
All right.
He's posting the odd video. I think he posted one the other day.
Yeah, I know he's got another one coming out. I can't really say what it is. He posts pictures of his for his patrons, so I'm not going to let everybody know what it is.
He's another multi-maker, isn't he? He doesn't just do one kind of making.
No, he does a lot of different stuff. He's a good lad, Joe.
He's come a long way.
Quite. Yeah. But Joe has that same thing I kind of suffer from, which is being the wrong height. You know what I mean? He's a giant in the community. He's a giant in the maker world, but giant outside the world, not so much.
and he's a good guy.
One of the funniest things about Joe is he's obviously he's not a giant like Dale just said. He's not a giant by real life stature.
Physical standards. Physical standards.
My medical height.
Yeah.
I think he's about 5 foot nothing. And he went around taking selfies with everybody, but instead of getting their face in it, he got their chest.
That's funny. That's funny right there. For anybody interested, since we're talking about it, his name is Joe Whittaker. He goes by Average Joe.
Average Joe's Joinery on YouTube.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was Average Joe or Average Joe's Joinery.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to him in forever. There's a lot of people I haven't talked to.
Yeah.
He's definitely come a long way since he first started. He used to be real sweet, and then that one time talked about the UK word for a cigarette, and he totally got me on that. Dagnabbit. Thought he was loud.
Yeah. He was always one of them dark horses on the podcast, so out of nowhere he would just get you with a joke and you couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah. Yeah, we get some hangouts yield some memorable moments, especially. Lord, that brought tears down my eyes and my legs. Who's your mic says, sounds like they're teaming up on you, Charles. They do that. That's how they are. And you're welcome for me reading the chat there, Jamie and Dale. I got you.
Yeah. Well, I was describing Joe, so I was busy. So Dale, that was on you.
And I'm just giving y'all heck. Y'all know that. If anybody hears us giving each other crap, we aren't enemies. That's just how we banter back and forth. Every now and then we're nice to each other.
When?
Yeah, every now and again.
When
y'all threw the super chat in there, Jamie, a few days ago, and you tonight.
Oh, that's just so we can just get some backdoor insult right there. Big friendly.
Yeah. Like, if Charles doesn't do these live feeds, we got no material to throw out there publicly, so we'll support his live feeds, and then we can
make sure he does them.
Let me get this straight. $10 and I can have this thing hang around for an hour, half an hour. I'm having that. Yeah, let's do it.
Not necessarily tonight, but usually we have a couple of UK guys watching. One is don't tell me, Midnight Joker, Mike Kim, and
Yep.
there's another one. Heck, I can't remember. Beard does he go by Beard X16 or Beard times 16?
Well, he's
So
called Beard Times
yeah.
16, isn't it? But I think it's called Beard X16.
Yeah,
I think most people now kind of just refer to him as the Beard. I think I think that's how it's become he used to run all these videos at 16 times speed.
Well,
That's how it came about.
I should be scroll time 16 then, because I've done that just to make my videos shorter. He was watching last night, so I thought that was kind of cool. He subscribed to me. I don't know if I've subscribed to him yet or not. I need to do that because I like to give back.
Herb Hooper out in the chat says you've got to love the UK humor.
Oh yeah, you do. And the I almost said Irish again, Scottish. They're both in the UK, but Dale is Scottish.
But I live in England. I mean, I can see France from my house. Not quite. Jamie can see France.
I practically am in France.
25 miles from France. He's closer to France than he is to me.
Yeah.
And I just saw, I didn't know this, but John Hope is in the UK. I did not know that, John.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I live right on the very, very southeast coast, and you can literally, on a clear sunny day, see Calais from my house.
That's funny right there. And since nobody saw it, Bruno Olivier J says, "Hi, Charlie or Charles. How are you? Give me a gift art. Ha 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 hug. Appreciate you watching, Bruno. And I'm gonna go back to scrolling and let these guys get on the job training. Apparently,
boom.
They can't all be.
He's here all week. Tell your friends. While you're cutting, Charles, how hard was it to fit the bearings to the saw? Was it easy? The little plastic bearings you were getting?
Oh, just a sec. Yeah. Well, I made it harder than it was because that's how I do things. Ask my dad; he'll tell you he does things the hard way. He's talking about these vinyl things right here, folks. I was trying to do them from the side, and that was a booger. But then I figured out, I could just roll this off the front of this, and then I just rolled it back on. So it
you didn't take the whole arm off, did you?
No. Just the no. Thank God I didn't. Cause,
take it off its legs.
I was so destroyed when I thought it was a worn down metal, and replacing this upper arm was $237. I said, "Good God on a stick, how am I supposed to do that?" And it just turned out to be these little $1.95 rollers.
So, quick question for you then, with regards to the Hegner. Now, and actually a question going for Dale as well.
Go on, sir.
So on the blade holders, have you ever used spirals, Dale?
So I use spirals occasionally, but so I do use them.
So this is only really a question for when you use spiral blades, right? So on the clamps that I use on the 16-inch saw, which is just like any other, I'm going to say beginner scroll saw.
The record power.
Right? Yeah, so I use the record power, but you could easily say the Harbor Freight or the Central Machinery is another close one.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Is Central Machinery Harbor Freight? I'm not sure.
Yes, sir, I believe it is.
But any cheap let's go with cheap 16-inch saw, right? When you get the blade clamps, normally they're held together or held in the clamps with a grub screw or a set screw, whatever you want to call it.
I believe in the US they call it a set screw.
Yeah. Do you ever find that it wears it down?
Yes.
That
happens
even on yours.
On mine, no. On mine, no. But a lot of the saws that have that kind of clamping system, it'll wear a groove or an uneven flat spot on the thing. So some people have to pull them out and run them across sandpaper.
Yeah, so that's basically what I've suggested people do. Just get a bit of like 220 or 360 sandpaper and just give it a couple of quick rubs
Yeah, that doesn't happen on the Hegler, and I don't know why, but it's good. It doesn't. But one thing I used to do a lot till I got used to doing it. This little screw right here is what holds the blade against this side, and I would torque this too much and break them off. And I had like 20 of these sitting off to the side that I couldn't do anything with because I broke the little screw off. And a machinist friend of mine got them all out, and I ordered more of these screws, and boom, bippy, there we are. That's why I got a lot of
Yeah,
I just kept ordering new ones when I'd break one, but that was on me because I was torquing them down too hard.
yeah. Oh look, speaking of Mr. the Beard, he's just like Beetlejuice. He's out in the chat now.
Where I don't see him. Oh, it must be appeared but hadn't talked
Yeah,
yet.
on YouTube, yeah.
Okay.
So Bruno Oliveira .j says that he wants Eddie from Iron Maiden. Ha ha ha.
I don't even know if I still have that, to be honest with you.
That's pretty cool, though. You know, getting Eddie's pretty cool. The Beard 16, Richard Bennett. How the devil are you, sir?
There he is. Hi, chaps. Sorry, it's habit, guys. When you see me reading the chat,
I
I'm
mean,
trying to get out of that habit.
It's not so much Charles Deering, is it? It's more like Dick Van Deering over there. I mean, can you hear that, Jamie?
That's what it is, yeah. Now have a jolly holiday with Mary.
Whoa. What am I missing? How am I connected to Big Dick Van Dyke?
An American trying to get famous off of a British accent.
Fight me. Fight me, mate. Well, you say mate. I thought mate was an Australian.
No, so you've got to remember, you've got to remember that just about every country in the world is probably our fault, except the French. We accept no responsibility for the French whatsoever.
By the way, folks, this humor and this banter is only a small sliver of what you'd get when you watch Team Scroll Saw when we come out with it. But anyway, back to y'all fellers. I'll start scrolling. Go ahead.
Yeah, quite the thing. Okay, so Rob Watts asked, did Hegna give you a torque specification for the clamp screw, Charles?
No, I tend to overdo things. Let me go ahead and stop this cut just long enough to tell you. This, at least at the time, was an aftermarket thing. This whole upper clamp setup is called a quick clamp, and y'all notice how hard I torque on it? Well, let me undo it and I'll show you.
The Beard says, where does he get the Eddie scroll saw pattern?
I made it, sir. That's what I do.
Where can you get it from?
Oh, woodenvisions.com. And if you don't find it, let me know, because for a while there I was holding certain things off the site. Now, I neglected to show y'all, but y'all might be able to tell by listening and watching how much I torqued down that knob. But the factory glue that was on there, I kept breaking it loose, and I was in one of those moods. I wrote to advancedmachinery.com griping and complaining, blah, 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 blah. They said, well, you don't have to bear it down that much. But what I did is I basically took the threaded portion out of that knob and added the equivalent, JB Weld or whatever the UK equivalent is, and it's never broken loose since. So there, did that. So I wrote back and apologized. Sorry, I was having a bad day. Anyways, yeah, that's that. Did I ever answer Rich's question? I don't remember. Oh,
yes, where
do I get the Eddie scroll saw?
I'm just about to send him a link to him now.
I believe I have a few Eddie patterns on there.
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Blended.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just about to send you a link, Rich.
Thank you, Jamie, for doing that, and thank you, Rich, for asking. I have right around 1,700. Wait, 1,007. Dang it.
A few. You've got a few.
Yeah, you got a lot.
1,790 products. Some of those are ebooks. Some of those are instructional how to make scroll saw pattern videos, but majority of them are patterns.
I've cut about 6.
Yeah, buddy. And they took them 3 years because they're not simple patterns.
Yeah. And I've hated Charles for a good few hours of them.
So is Charles. I've hated me too.
So Rob Watts is clarifying his question. Rob asks, I meant the bottom clamp. Sorry.
I don't remember what the question was.
So Rob asked, did Hegna give you a torque specification for the clamp screw? And Rob then followed up with, he specifically means the bottom clamp.
Oh, I knew that's what he meant. But no, they didn't. I just needed I needed to learn the hard way, so I'd stop breaking them. So they did not give me a torque specification. I just eventually stopped breaking them, so I started getting it right, I guess. But I knew what he meant, because this is that stays in place.
So Rich, the Beard 16 says he'll do a video on it and where to get it when the Eddie.
Sweet, I appreciate that, Rich.
Will you do it as a live, Rich, or
I'd be wanting to get it done in one feed unless he scrolls faster than I do, which most people do.
Because I feel that the complexity of some of Charles' patterns will do that offline.
You don't know the power of the dog cut.
It'll take you a good few days, mate.
Yeah,
a good. I mean, I do it about 30 hours. Some of mine, and I'm at it 5-6 hours at a time.
Yeah, and it takes me doing live feeds for me to stick at my own cuts that long. I'm trying to remember whether or not I'm subscribed to Rich. I know he subscribed to me, and I've seen a couple videos on his, but I'm hoping I didn't neglect to subscribe. That would suck.
Does that sound to you, Jamie, that Charles is feeling guilty that he doesn't know, he doesn't remember if he's done it or not? Is that how you heard that, or was it, or am I just
it's the word typical, because I can't remember if I washed my hands earlier, that kind of thing, and my memory sucks. I think I saw the video where you caught the bowl that flew off of his lathe, and I saw the video where you gave him a chocolate-covered scorpion. So I know I've watched a couple. And to let people know, I'm terrible at keeping up with videos. I just happen to see them.
Well, the catch video where Jamie caught it is, I mean, that's like I say, I mean, it's just, he's some sort of strange kind of Jedi type powers going on there.
Yeah, he knew right when to be there. That was cool.
No way that he could have worked. I mean, you've told this story before, Jamie. I mean, but you've got to run it again. What was going through your mind? Just, I mean, there's a couple of possibilities as to why you wanted to be kind of standing behind Richard, sort of thing. I mean,
I think he was being a camera hog, or just wanted to be funny, and suddenly
so that's one. So that's one. I mean, somehow taking the piss from Richard from behind might have been the intention. What was going through your mind when you were sort of maneuvering into the pit? I remember you looked kind of towards me and Andy, and then you said something. Yeah, we were there.
So with the amount of force that, because Rich's tools weren't sharp, from what I can remember, and the amount of force, and the amount of force that was having to be put on the wood, and the noise that it was making, you just knew it weren't going to stay on there.
I thought it was just irony. Okay, so apparently you heard and sensed that it could come off, so that's why you went over there.
Yeah, I mean, I've done enough wood turning, and had enough stuff hit me in the head.
That explains so much.
to know. Well, that was when I first started out, and you got to remember, I had that lathe as well.
Yeah. What if you hadn't been? What if you?
Now,
you weren't wearing a face shield, were you?
No, the fact that I went over there, and I put my hands out at that time, and it came off at that exact point. Yeah. That is just pure coincidence.
That is, you can't make that up. That's just awesome.
That was just luck.
What if that had flown into 50,000 pieces? You'd have had shrapnel in your face.
Then it happens.
Yeah. Then what you've got there? What happens to Jamie's face? What happens to Jamie's face there is it develops a very new set of character features.
I've got plenty of scars on my face already.
I still remember that opening thing where Pat Lap he had a piece pop him in the lip and he kept it. And
he broke his teeth as well.
Yeah.
And a camera.
He's another guy I'd like to meet. He's funny as heck, and I've never even said 2 words to him in person or even on a hangout.
Couple of things in the chat, guys. Richard says, then it's about time he did another scroll saw video. Richard then follows up with, He's only used his new saw a few times, and it's his fault. One of them came off my live this Tuesday, meaning you, Jamie.
That's why Jamie didn't keep it. It's one of those haunted lathes.
You know what? It's funny because I came into the the hangout, and I kind of sat in the hangout, and me and Doug were sitting in there and we weren't on Richard's main. I don't know if we were on Richard's main screen, but Doug and I were sitting there, and we were sitting there with our hands out like that, and I don't know if Richard was looking at us. But as we sit there and put our hands out, the bowl came flying off the lathe, or whatever it was Richard was turning, came off flying off the lathe.
What was I going to say? Yeah, it was your fault then. What was I going to say? Leonard Davis asks, why would you not finish the arm before cutting out your tacks? Cutting out your tacks.
Referring to the brads, because I do those last because I'm holding the stack together. But the reason why I started cutting into the arm and then came back to those is because I have brads right here in the hand. So that's why I started down the arm. But somebody's calling me and I can't talk to them. It's Wesley Balco. It's Wesley Balco. I kind of have to answer that.
Yeah, answer it. Answer it. It's a scroller.
Yep.
Answer it. It's a scroller. Wesley, get in here.
I missed it.
Wesley of the beard. Wesley of the beard. He's another beard.
Bringing a load of wood, and I hope that wasn't a bad thing. But I completely missed this call. I missed a pilot hole right here, so I got to drill it in. I was trying to see through the tech hole. Go ahead.
So I was going to say, the beard's followed up with, yes, he was looking at you, meaning you, Jamie. But what I was going to say, guys, I've got to get up for work in the morning. I am going to bail out of this one. Sir, it's a pleasure as always to be in your company while you're doing a live feed. Jamie, young man, I shall catch up with you another time. Those folks out in the chat, have a great night. Watch these folks. They're awesome. Boys and girls.
You being here, Dale, and I appreciate your support. And once again, folks, it goes by Dale Kirkwood and Maple Tree Studios on YouTube and Facebook.
Nighty night.
Nighty night. I hope Dale, Wes wasn't calling for an important reason, but he was calling for a reason, and I didn't catch it in time.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Who's writing to me?
I thought I had your stream on Facebook. Turns out I haven't. Let's get that on over there. I could be missing questions.
Oh, but yeah, Leonard, if I never got around to answering that, it's because I forgot to use.
Oh, Wesley said on Facebook that he's heading your way now.
Oh, okay. So we got about 3 hours. So if I'm not done, well, you never know with me because I cut pretty slow. And tell Wes thanks and tell him I'm sorry I didn't get to the phone in time because I don't have my ringer on. I just felt the vibration.
Yeah.
And I missed a little bitty cut right here. It's just a circular hole, but I forgot it. And thank you for sticking around, Jamie. I know it's not a normal hour where you're at, but you've never been known to keep normal hours, anyways. I don't think. And you don't have to stay here the whole time.
I've been around for a long, long time.
I got it. So he spent a couple of days in Texas. Now he's talking funny over there. Y'all might could understand him now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And anybody in either YouTube or Facebook chat, that I assume you have both of them open, Jamie?
Yes.
If anybody wants to know Jamie's information again, feel free to ask him. I don't mind him plugging his channel and stuff. I got to text my daughter back. She's writing to me. I want to make sure she's okay.
Leonard Davis says good night.
He was saying that to Dale, I believe.
I was saying it to Dale, yeah.
Wow. Well, I have 50,000 notifications on my phone. I don't generally check my phone, but I want to make sure my daughter's okay because she's writing to me on Messenger. Mike Haig ordered something. I appreciate you, Mike, if you're watching.
I'm going to have to go through your patterns and see what ones I want to buy next.
Again, folks, I'm sorry for my silence and not paying attention. I'm coordinating with my daughter because I'll be in her area tomorrow for a doctor's appointment. All right, but I'll get back to it. All right.
So what makes this one a Dallas Cowboys one? Because surely that could make it anybody's.
Well, the only
team.
two things that make it a Dallas Cowboy one is the pose, because when he makes the first down, he's kind of doing like he's feeding a fork or a spoon into his mouth. That's what this pose is,
Oh, right, okay.
and that means feed me.
And I can about see a star as well.
Yeah, this is detail on the helmet. You're just seeing the tip of the stars on the side, and I can leave that off, for copyright purposes. But this pose is specific to Ezekiel Elliot of the Dallas Cowboys, but I have other poses that any player could use that pose, and I can just change the numbers on the jersey. So that's what I mean by any team.
Yeah.
Right. So
Gotcha.
do whatever you need to do, and if you want to plug your stuff again, both verbally and in the chat, feel free.
I will plug it if somebody asks, but I'm not gonna keep plugging it. It's just not my way.
I hear ye, much obliged, mister. And if you every now and then want to explain to folks why you talk funny, that'll work too. This is a totally random question. I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen, but do you ever see yourself moving to the United States?
I'd like to, but there's too much keeping me here.
Yeah, family.
Yeah. And there's too many places that I like in America, so I wouldn't be able to just pick one.
You'd have to buy an RV to live in. I would love
that would probably be it.
I really do think I would travel more often if I had an RV, because I could always pull over and sleep if I needed to.
That's one thing that that's one thing I found, that if you want to get into any sort of business in the States, become an RV, have an RV park, because there were so many of them things all over the place.
Yeah, and I mean that sincerely. You above all people know how anxiety affects me when it comes to travel, but I truly think I would travel more often if I had an RV.
Yeah,
because part of the fear of anxiety is not being able to, you're away from home. Blah blah blah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Leonard Davis says he goes, I'm hoping to go back to England next year. What part of England are you hoping to go back to, Leonard? You've got Maker Central's on next year in May. That's a big Maker event. A lot of YouTubers are going to that.
And for those that don't know, people commenting on Facebook cannot be seen on YouTube and vice versa. So if you hear him addressing a comment that you don't see, that's why you're not seeing it. Oh, diddly.
And if anybody wants the link to YouTube and they're on Facebook watching, just let me know and I'll shoot it over.
Yeah, and when he says link, he means for the watch page, not necessarily the channel, just the video where this live feed is going. I am told occasionally that the video quality is slightly better on YouTube. I don't know that for a fact because I'm not watching.
Let's have a look. Do you know what? They seem about the same, to be honest with you.
Well, that might have been back when I was doing Wi-Fi. I don't know why it would be better on one than the other, but yeah, if they're the same, that's fine.
Yeah, seem about the same.
Well, apparently, y'all being on the show helped a little bit because, then again, it's also getting off work hours around here, so that might be why the feed picked up. It was averaging about 8 or 9 viewers. Now we're at dropped to 13 right when I said that. But anyway, appreciate everybody watching, even if there's just a couple. Back to you, Jamie.
Herb Hooper says, to me, YouTube is a little bit better.
Nice. Yeah, that's why I bring that up. It's not trying to pull people away from Facebook or whatever, but if video quality matters, that's why I bring it up. And it's funny that of all the people I could ask to do these reading the comments and questions things, I picked the guys that have the worst time zone. So yeah. I know it's asking a lot when I do that.
The bid 16 says he's off to go to a shower, then off to bed. Another great pattern, Charles. Still out, Richard.
Appreciate it, Richard. Appreciate you taking time out again to watch. And I will try to make it a point to look and see if I'm subscribed to you yet. But anybody that's ever in that chat, whether it be Facebook or YouTube, if you're doing a show or have a channel and you want to plug it, feel free. I'm not going to delete it unless you're talking smack about me in the process.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but after cutting that thing, you can see how much. That's why I do the brad last. Yeah, that was the blade. Whoops.
I know for a while that you've always used the brad nails. I
Yep.
always used double-sided tape for a little while, and then I found it actually stained the wood.
Really?
Yeah.
Can it be sanded off?
No.
Oh.
And I actually put on the tigers that I've done, you can still see I obviously done 2 tigers. So I donated one to the one where that my mum and my auntie owns a wildlife park where they've got the tigers.
Mm-hmm.
So they had the top one where the sticky tape would have been on the back, and then my mum has got the one where the sticky tape would have been on the front, which would have shown where the double-sided tape was. If that makes sense.
Yeah, the only thing that slows me down when I'm using the brad nails is because if I'm only stack cutting 2, they're going to stick out the back, so I have to break them off and then I'll hammer them down. That's why if you ever see a piece over and you see a black mark, that's letting me know where those brads are. And Leonard, I believe it was Leonard or somebody asked me why I started down the arm before I got the brads out of here, or while I was cutting the brad. I probably should have waited because I'm getting a little bit of separation there, but I got 2 brads here, so we should be good enough to hold it in place. Back to you, Jamie.
Yeah. So you'd obviously sand off where you need to sand off.
Yeah.
And obviously where there's it's just like putting on like some sort of adhesive. You get the adhesive off and you wipe it off with whatever, like maybe use acetone, maybe use heat to get it off or whatever. And then sand off any excess and make it all nice and whatever. But yeah, it's still all the oils, if you like, from the tape got into the wood and stained it. So I was looking at it and thinking, oh, perfect, it's all got off. I will put some denatured alcohol on it. Still looked perfect. And then I put some spray lacquer on it, and all of a sudden there's these like 4 white lines going across it.
Well, that's not good.
So, I mean, over time, the wood darkened and you can't really see it anymore.
Did you write them an angry
letter? No.
I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead. When he was saying adhesive, in the U.S., that's pronounced adhesive. I just wanted to make sure nobody misunderstood. I wasn't trying to make fun of your accent, but every now and then I want to clarify a word that may not come out clearly.
Yeah, we have to change it up.
Yeah, you forgot the H sound. You went adhesive. It's adhesive.
Adhesive.
Or the real very generic term is glue, but it was tape. So anyway, there may have been a little bit of ribbing in me bringing that up. But far be it from me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to get back to scrolling, but you're welcome to say and talk about whatever you want to do.
Okay.
All right.
Right, you got a super chat.
Really?
Yeah. It was from me. It says, "Don't correct me."
Are you serious about the super chat portion?
Yeah. So Leonard Davis says, grandfather was from Hull, but had family in High Wycombe, Hornchurch, and Walsall. Wow. All over the place then.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the super chat, Jamie. I can't see it because I haven't scrolled the chat down, but I appreciate it. But if you got to pay me to get me to stop correcting you, then I'll take that. Totally kidding. Appreciate you, though. And I wasn't really correcting you. I was just clarifying for the American viewers that may not have been able to make that out. Sorry.
It's all good.
Oh, good, baby. Someday we'll have old Jamie here talking like a Southern hick. He tries sometimes. When he first started doing it, he sounded like Kermit the Frog, but he's getting better.
Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible.
He talk like this. Hi, yo, Kermit the Frog. Howdy, y'all. That's funny right there, I'll tell you what. Yeah, it'd be funny if somebody super chatted every time they insulted me. I said, insult away, by God, it's paying the bills.
Yeah.
Funny. Although it wasn't necessarily an insult. I was just trying to be funny, but I'll stop because I'm not funny. Nice. Rolling right along here, folks. Right. Excuse me. Yeah, this is probably the only football player of mine besides Des Bryant. Des Bryant was a former Dallas Cowboy. He was known for crossing his arms like this when he'd make a touchdown. Aside from that and this feed me thing, all my other football, meaning American football, not soccer, football players are. I do have a couple soccer players. Go ahead.
You mean hand egg?
Hand egg. Oh, yes, you're funny. Anyway, those are the only two that have specific poses. The rest of them can be universal when it comes to American football players. That's why you'll often hear me when I'm talking about football players, I'll say NFL football instead, so the UK watchers won't think I'm talking about soccer. And I say I have a couple of soccer patterns, but they're not specific players. They're just, somebody kicking or something. Anywho, another sip of Dr. Pepper and we'll get right back.
Anywho, I've still got my coffee.
Nice. We have 13 people watching. Nice.
Watching you cut a man's hand out.
Yup. Right now it's his wrist, but don't cut your wrist, folks. And these black marks for anybody just joining or showing me where the brads are and showing y'all where the brads are. I cut those last so that the stack will stay together. Well, the last when I'm in that area. In other words, I still have other ones on the legs and stuff like that. Just last per area. I could have waited till last to do all the places where the brads are, but like when I was working on the helmet where some brads were, I wanted to have the whole helmet done so people could see it, blah, 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 and back to it.
Yeah. I've actually got a Dallas Cowboys helmet upstairs.
Really? Is that some kind of hidden insult, or?
No.
How'd you get a Dallas Cowboys helmet?
I bought it.
Is it like a full size?
No. Just a small ornament style.
A few years ago, I bought an authentic. It's not signed, but it's an authentic Dallas Cowboys helmet. It's pretty sweet, but it cost me like $200. But then it got nicotine stains on the white part, so it's slightly yellowed. So
I remember you showing us. Yeah.
Someday I got to replace that because of my smoking idiot butt. For those that don't know what that weird sound was, it was me breaking a play because that's what I do on live feeds. But don't you worry, we have another one sitting right here. When I take drinks of Dr. Pepper, does it come through the mic when I'm swallowing and spitting and gurgling and stuff?
No.
All Oh, that's good. There we be. If anybody has any scroll sawing questions in general, Jamie should be able to answer most, if not all of them, because he's also a scroll saw. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He occasionally cheats on it and does lay the work, but
Yeah.
you know, he's team scroll saw.
He sprayed it out while I was in Cadillac Ranch.
Yeah, he wrote Team Scroll Saw on one of the Cadillacs. I thought that was pretty cool. So long after we're dead and gone, I remember them guys did a show. That's so cool.
Yeah.
If we ever get the show done, I mean, between all of our time zones and busy lives,
We just need to work out.
Yeah.
We need to work out a date and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and then we got to figure out what day and time of the week that we do the show.
Yeah.
Because although it's not a requirement, we do have respect for other people, some people that are doing shows out there. So we don't want to step on them. But I know Dave Gatton does the CNC thing at 8 p.m. Central Time on YouTube. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Well, no one's doing anything on a Saturday.
Nobody's doing a Saturday? No, you're right. I thought that's when Dave Gatton did his show, or is that Sundays?
No, I mean before Dave Gatton.
Oh, yeah, I agree. But now that Dave well, then again, we don't necessarily, other than correspondence, I don't think we really share the same audience with CNC people, so I don't think us doing a show at the same time would hurt anything. And he dang sure won't freak out if we do. Bad Santa.
I can't do it on a Sunday because I've got the podcast.
Yeah, podcast. Makers International Podcast is what he's referring to, folks. Every Sunday at, I don't know what time.
4:30 Eastern.
4:30 Eastern. That would be 3:30 Central. All right, good to know.
Yeah, 9:30 UK.
They talk about all kinds of stuff.
And have all kinds of guests.
That's one of the shows I miss a lot because I watch football. And I like it there again. I have a lot of friends that put out videos, and I just suck at keeping up with them. Another example being Mark Lindsay and Eloy Escojedo. They do Trampled Underfoot podcast. I think it might be one of those multi-topic podcasts. I could be wrong. And
Eloy and Mark talk about everything and anything.
Yeah, and that's what I want our show to be eventually if we run out of topics. That's just me thinking out loud. But that's an example of being friends with people and supporting what they do, but I suck at keeping up with it. So most people understand that. Heck, I can't even keep up with laundry, but that might be selective dedication. Oh, I was talking earlier, Jamie, and I wonder if it's something that happens to you. Me and a guy. Are you familiar with JSG Woodworking, Jacob?
Who, sorry?
JSG Woodworking, Jacob?
Yeah, name rings a bell, yeah.
Well, I don't even know if he was the one that said it, so it might have been Midnight Joker. He's in the UK. But anyway, somebody was talking about being hypnotized by the blade, and I thought I was the only one that happened to. And essentially what that means is losing the blade in the line, or you get it sort of messes with your eyes, and you got to kind of blink or look away for a half a split second to resituate. I was going to ask if that ever happens to you.
Nah, I don't really ever look at the blade. It's
Really?
kind of like I look at the blade, then look at the line, then look at the kit. So I never constantly look at the blade.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I meant when I was telling people that my way around that hypnotize.
Hypnotize.
I was going to say tization, but I can't say the whole word because it's messing with me.
Hypnotization.
Yeah, hypnotization is what I was trying to say. But anyway, my way around that hypnotization is to blink. But yeah, you're waiting.
Yeah.
And I kept saying dart your eyes around, and that's what I meant. Go back and forth between the line and the blade, and it'll eventually come out. But that,
I'll have to remember that though.
yeah, it's another question that.
Someone says maybe run a bead of very thin hot glue where it's delamenting between the layers, or small drops of outside edges. Hot glue pops off with a knife or chisel when done.
Yeah. First of all, his name is Randy Beauchene, just for the sake of knowing, and that's not me correcting you; it's just helping. And the word is delaminating.
Of course it is. Yeah.
I
was just gonna read it properly.
I hear you. You're human. Another thing I was going to ask, if it happens to you, what was it? Oh, when I don't know if you've watched enough of these live feeds where I talk about visual comfort. Do you cut in a certain direction or turn a piece in a certain direction, even though you're using a spiral blade?
Yes, I do. I do find myself doing it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, for example, if I cut a circle, then I prefer to cut probably anti-clockwise.
Counterclockwise, yeah. An example of visual comfort for me is like if I'm working on a straight line, I have to be moving the piece away from me and following that line here, even though it'll cut in any direction. If I'm pulling it towards me, the blade size of the line and stuff like that. But also,
I always have to go again, push it away from me. If I start pulling it towards me, it's almost as if the saw struggles.
Yeah.
And I mean, which forces me to struggle.
And another thing I tell people is, even though the cut itself is the same distance, no matter where I pivot the piece, but when I talk about cutting closer to myself, the hand is on this side. If I had it like this, it would feel like it was further away, even though it's the same distance from my face. So that's what I mean by cutting closer to me whenever I say that. But anyway, all right. And sorry if I'm correcting you on things. It's just helping you, like the names every now and then can be a booger. Randy Beauchene. I just remember I got it on the first guess, so that's why I was tickled about that.
Yeah.
I think that's a Cajun or Louisiana or French last name.
You're feeling very sleepy.
You talking about me?
Yeah, you're getting hypnotized.
No, it happens every now and then.
From now on, you hate Dr. Pepper.
And send Jamie money.
as soon as you get some.
Yeah, for some strange reason, I have this disgusting drink sitting next to me. I'm not even remotely tempted to take a sip off of it. Something just happened in me. I don't know what it is. Oh, that's weird, dude. Well, but I'll suffer for the viewers because I don't want to waste no drink. You know what I mean?
Oh, there you go. Oh, that was disgusting.
Ew, icky poo. I love it. Well, I guess Wesley Balco was at work before he headed here because he usually doesn't get this late of a start. But yeah, he'll be here around 9 p.m. my time, and it's 6:30 p.m. my time now. So. But at some point, I got to clear a path to get the wood stacked in here. I was looking all over the house and shop for things that I own that I could pawn to, because I don't like to buy just a couple sheets of wood. I like to buy it in bulk. So I was trying to think of all kinds of crap I could get rid of so I could get the money to get the wood. Anyway.
It's almost like one of your pieces is a sheet of wood.
Yeah. Well, I buy them from Pearland Ace Hardware and Lumber in Pearland, Texas.
Did you say Poundland?
Pearland, like fruit. I buy those from there, and they come in 4-foot by 8-foot sheets, and I get Wesley because they go to his store when they're ordered, and I asked him to cut them in 2-foot by 4-foot sheets, and that's my go-to size to start with. Every now and then I'll cut something really big, but yeah, that's why most of my pieces fit within a 2-foot by 4-foot sheet. But it gives me that option. But every now and then, if I want to go bigger, I got to get something crappy like Luan from here lately, locally. Luan Luan. I don't know what they call it in the UK, but it's what they use for drawer bottoms and backs of cabinets and crap.
Yeah. I know.
Not a very good craft type wood, at least not as far as looks go. Got a red tint to it. Of course, I'm sure it's not only an American wood, but I don't know. I don't know if it's pronounced Luan, whatever, but other than pine, it's the only option I have locally. That's one thing I love about Wesley. I mean, he lives 3+ hours away, but it's nothing to him to just pick up and go. It's like, man, I wish I could do that. When I sold that Pegasus to Tommy Mater, he just said, "Oh, I got nothing going," and he drove on over here and picked it up. Because Tommy Mater lives near Wesley Boca. His name looks like it's Meador, but it's pronounced Mater. Anyway, just making conversation. Mater. Okay, I'm cutting where the brads are. I mainly started cutting this project and designing it because I'm a fan, but it was partially to show people, you know, hey, I can do football players if you're interested.
Yeah.
But I mean, like when I was doing the Frozen characters, the Toy Story and the Cars, blah, 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 that was to try to attract an audience that might be looking for things for Christmas.
People might want them, mate. People might want them.
Yeah, and I don't know if this one particularly would sell, but as far as my live feeds go, I try to do ones where I think it'll appeal to a larger audience, but I'm not always a good guesser. Because there again, this particular pose and player is from one team, and not everybody likes the Dallas Cowboys. Some people that like the Dallas Cowboys don't like the Dallas Cowboys right now because they aren't kicking butt, but their last game they did, just for those that want to know.
Yeah.
44-21 on a game I thought they were going to get slaughtered on. So I was in a good mood that day.
I'm sure you was.
Yeah, buddy. And I was telling folks earlier, Julian Martinez is another diehard Dallas Cowboys fan.
Yeah, one of his many flaws.
Wesley Balco isn't even into football, and that breaks my heart. I keep telling him he's got to give up his man card, but that's only because he gives me crap about scrolling slow. But anyway, I'm always saying, but anyway, that's my way of getting off topic or off the subject. So now y'all are getting a better idea of the separation. But anyway, see, I did it again. Stop it. All right, so we're going to move on over. Turn the piece around for that visual comfort. Lord, I've been working on this for 4.5 hours. That's ridiculous. And if at any point you need to go, I get it because you are in the UK 6 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, I might have to go soon, mate. Because we're supposed to be looking for a guest for the podcast.
Yeah, I've also got to go relatively soon to prepare for West Spring in the Wood here, so I have a place to put it and a way to get there. So, folks, I will go ahead and make this my last cut, and I will sign off for tonight. But sometime tomorrow, it might be evening, tomorrow U.S. time, I will be continuing on this piece. Why don't I go ahead and stop now? Well, yeah, so we got Jamie Page, JP Woodwork. Is the other voice. Let me go ahead and put you on the camera.
Okay.
On the camera. There you be. There's that old Brit talking at us. So I want to thank him, and also Dale Kirkwood jumped in for a little bit. Thank Jamie for covering the chat and questions for me. And if you want to plug all your stuff, feel free.
Plug on myself. You can find my my YouTube channel at JP Woodwork. No S. My I've actually got a Facebook page now as well, which you can just type in JP Woodwork, and I'm sure you'll find it. My Instagram is JP_Woodwork. I don't really go on Twitter now, so don't worry about that.
Yeah.
I'm 1/3 of Makers International Podcast, which is makersinternationalpodcast.com, where we go live every Sunday. That's about it, mate, to be honest.
Aren't you 1/4 of an up and coming show?
We will be. I thought you was going to do that, to be honest, mate.
No,
So we've got a group. We've got a group on Facebook, a Scrollsaw group on Facebook called Team Scrollsaw, all one word. We've got a lot of stuff planned for that for the future, and we've got a new Scrollsaw show coming out. Up on YouTube. So nothing's been set up yet, but it will be coming. But there'll be a lot more stuff coming in the pipeline.
Absolutely. And
so we're going to put Scrollsaw on the map. Let's say more on the map.
And thanks again, Jamie, for you being here. And let me know whatever y'all want to schedule a time for me, you, Jamie, and Dale to discuss the particulars.
Yeah.
And folks, y'all keep in touch. If you're on Facebook, look for me on YouTube under Charles Daring Scroll or just Charles Daring. You should be able to find me. And I hope you'll subscribe and click the bell to be notified. If you're on YouTube, want to connect on Facebook, I go by the Charles Daring, and that's all one word. And I appreciate everybody watching. And by golly, we'll be back to it most likely tomorrow evening if you're watching live. And above all, scroll on.
Pull your finger.
Pull your finger.